white people be like.
예배,
Why you got so many necklaces? Why you got necklace?
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, y'all? Sorry, I'm eating bread. Are you sick? No. These are literally the first words I've spoken today. Hannah just had a 20-minute talk about men being sick and eating bread. What does that mean? Am I about to get sick? I better not. Tip to tip reference. Whenever Will gets sick, no matter what it is, he wants bread. That's fucking funny. That is funny. Yeah, my alarm didn't go off. I think one of them was maybe because of the clocks changing here tonight. The clocks changed. So I won't lie though. First time in a while, had a good, proper night of sleep. So, I'll take that. Based. My friend Samuel. Thank you. Thank you for the 27 months. I went live so fast after waking up that I can't even drink my coffee yet. It's too hot. I have to wait for it to cool down. Ain't that some shit? The bread I'm eating originated from this kind of Georgian/Armenian place that I ordered from today. I love ordering from there because I always forget to eat the bread. So that means later in the day, I have free bread to eat. It's awesome. Bro, you're late. I'm sorry. Sorry for being late. Oh. Dude, they gave me a lot of bread today. Usually they give you 2 pieces of bread. Today they gave me 4. The fuck? We got some excess of bread. Can I have some? Nah, bro, these are my rations. These are my rations for this stream. Maybe they could tell you're getting sick. I'm not getting sick, bro. Any update on the glasses? No, just the same as yesterday. Gotta wait 2 to 3 weeks to get them. But I realized I didn't show it to you guys, and now I might just not show it until they arrive as a nice little surprise. But the good news is the eyebrows show. Okay, I got my eyebrows back. Or at least, That's kind of the vibe I got in the store. I was like, I can see my eyebrows. Oh, the crust of this bread is insanely good. If you're one of the people that cuts the crust off your bread, you really got to give it another try. It's delicious. Oh, no, I dropped it. Well, oh, it fell on my hoodie, thank God. Fuck the crust. If you don't like the crust, why don't you like it? What about the crust makes you want to not eat it? 2 weeks, that's almost Tamagotchi wait time. Yeah, hopefully I'll have my glasses before Tamagotchi. Not a fan, it's not fun. You know, in the medieval times when you would have gotten your fucking one ration of bread, and then you would have said the crust is not fun, the village would have attacked you. The village would have said, what the hell? This is a delicacy. The beautiful crust. Must have felt good as hell to eat some bread in the olden times. Like, bread must have been even better back then than it is now, because it was just like, it was incredible. It was such a big part of the diet. That's all they had. No, not true. Sometimes they would have like a village stew. They would have the village stew. Cheese too. And cheese. You dip the bread in the stew and it's just good. Oh my god. Wait, can we watch another tasting history video today? We haven't done that in a while. In the new week, we will return to actual content as well. I promise. Tomorrow, I think I'm not going live because I need to. Well, I was about to say I need to fix my sleep schedule. I need to low key ruin it. I've been on a real like working man's sleeping schedule, and that's like the worst possible scenario for me. So I'm gonna try to fix my or ruin my sleep schedule. I can't watch because you decided to go live at 4:30 in the morning my time. Ooh, British person detected. Or Irish. One of those. You've been detected. You've been identified. We know what you are. Guys, it's currently 6:24 a.m. here. I'm Irish. Shout out Guinness. Shout out Guinness. What playlist is this? This is the I'ma Be Track Radio. This is the I'ma Be Track Radio for the Black Eyed Peas. The best part about this is it's trying to play Like a G6 twice. Boom Boom Pow is in Like a G6 sandwich. And I had to say, no, we're not going to listen to Like a G6 again. We're not going to, we just listened to it. New sentence just dropped. Can I get a Like a G6 sandwich? Oh, Des, think of the tier 3 for 6 months. And Meaner Moon, thank you for the 7 months. Guys, I forgot if I mentioned it yesterday. We hit the fucking Partner Plus bullshit. We hit it. So I won't lose. They won't take away a portion of my income for a year. I got a year of peace. They're so kind to me. I got a year of peace. So I want to thank you guys. Thank you for pulling up to that. Appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
White people be like,
Arousi. Thank you for the prime. Guys, today we're doing a 12-hour Far Cry 3 stream. Nah, I'm just messing around, of course. I wouldn't do that. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. What is my problem? Can I tell you guys something really gross that happened to me in my sleep? In my dream, I was brushing my teeth and I kept like spitting it out. I kept spitting out over and over again. And then I, like half asleep, I become conscious and I'm like, my face is drenched. My face is like I'm drowning. I was spitting all over myself in my sleep. Like I was literally at the point where I was like, when I was breathing, I could feel the spit trying to enter my nose. I could have drowned and died. That would have been the funniest fucking way to drown. That's like one of those things where like, if that's how I died, I don't know how anybody at the funeral would be able to keep a straight fucking face. They'd be like, he fucking drowned himself by spitting on himself. He lived a life worth remembering, and he died by spitting on himself repeatedly in his sleep. Like, I don't know how I even did that. What do you mean I was spitting on myself? That's the thing is, I was sleeping on my back, too, which is rare. And then I just like, it's like the worst feeling because like sometimes I drool, not as much anymore nowadays, but sometimes I drool and then I'll touch my face and I'm like, oh my God, everything's wet now. My face is wet, my hand is wet, everything is covered. I drool if I sleep on my face. I guess that makes sense. It's like gravity. Oh. Guys, the coffee is exquisite this morning. Perfect. Hold on, I gotta go in for another sip. It's instant coffee. It can't be that good. Here's the thing is, it really is that good if you want it to be that good. You know what I mean? I don't really care for the difference between my instant coffee and my sister's coffee machine. You know what I mean? In fact, I kind of like it when coffee is kind of considered bad. You know? I feel like in my eyes, I don't see coffee as this fancy art style. I kind of love it when I'm like, oh my God, when you go to the gas station and you get a fucking cup of coffee from the gas station, that's like one of the best coffees in the world. Go buy yourself a $350 machine, girl. I don't know if I'll ever do that. Although I am thinking about switching to just like a filter coffee, like a pot of coffee, like they have in all the offices. But that's mostly because I like the idea of having the pot of coffee ready to go. You know, I can go back for more. I don't got to do this whole like, oh, let me get out some instant coffee and it's you know. Those French presses look cool. I do have a French press somewhere in my house, I think. It's somewhere in my drawer of gadgets. Maybe I should try that. Oh, now I got my morning hit of nicotine. French presses are great. I feel like I know a bunch of people who at some point in their 20s decided to make coffee their, like a big part of their personality. It's like became one of their hobbies really, is making like really good coffee. And I just feel like every single time I'm like I like don't understand what's so fucking special about this coffee. Like it's good, don't get me wrong. I'll never be like rude to them. I admire their passion for something, but I don't fucking get it. I just don't understand. If you start buying whole beans, you're in too deep. You've described me. I'm the mid-20s coffee enjoyer. New gen astrology for men. Dude, this song is so good. Underrated classic. I loved this song in like 2013. I almost fell down the coffee path and then I stopped caring. I just like, you know, I feel like I've been put through that ritual so many times in my life where they make you their new special way of making coffee, and then the whole time you're drinking it, they're just staring at you. They're staring at you, waiting for you to say whatever they please. Yo, why did I get some like fucking why did I just get some like lib ass tweet that says Trump hating Estonia is confirmation he's a Russian spy? Did he say something about Estonia? Did we get mentioned? What the hell is this headline? Estonian First Lady at Melania Trump hosted White House event. AI must be used responsibly. The fuck? What the hell? He hasn't said anything. I mean, I don't think he really knows what we are, to be honest. I think it's more of like he probably call us the Balkan states and then be done with it. The song is like 23 years old. Yeah, and it's beautiful. And actually, it's 17 years. 17 years. He'd probably think y'all Russia. I think during his first term, like one of his secretaries said that we're like the suburbs of St. Petersburg. And I was like, all right. Big ass fucking suburbs, bro. Sarah was awesome. Does anyone else think something needs to be done about Will I Am? What? What do you mean by that? I will say I don't want to. I don't want to see him live. He's coming to Estonia with the Black Eyed Peas. I don't want to see him live. I don't trust it. I think he is like very into AI now. Don't trust it. Don't trust that fella. Isn't he in like deep AI psychosis? I don't know who was there for that years ago on the alt stream. We did kind of a deep dive into Will I Am and how he's always been a guy who is like trying to change the world. He is a guy who like constantly was desperate to like invent a new technology. So like throughout like the 2000s and 2010s, there are just like 1,000 press conferences that he's done where he's like, here's my new invention, guys. Here's my new invention. We're changing the fucking world with this. And then, you know, it never really. That Will I Am song with the game where he's like, Will, show him you still know how to take it to the streets. Wait, which one is that? I didn't even know. I didn't know he had a song with the game. Here Now just finished an awesome Estonia movie. You guys are jealous. Anyways, everyone watched November 2017. It was pretty good. Dude, you're like the second person in the last 2 weeks that's come into this chat and said they've watched that movie. And I still haven't. Wait, what's wrong with me? I've been meaning to watch it for like almost like since it came out, so almost 10 years. I gotta fucking get my shit together. Oh. It's beautiful, TBH. Am I more Estonian than you know? Nothing is more Estonian than you now. My favorite website. God, we need to bring back you now, bro. Please, please bring back you now. I would love to sign a you now deal. I would love to sign a you now deal exclusively streaming on you now. You know, I watched Jack's Films You Now streams. I watched Dan and Phil and Jack's Films You Now streams. I'm going to be honest with you. The website now has a community of like 15 people. And there's like a war. There's a war on the website. Because I've gone on there a couple times in the last couple months, late at night, bored. And every time I show up with an account and I go in chat and I say, hey guys, a streamer goes, oh, I know who the fuck you are. I know who the fuck you are. They've sent you to fucking mock me. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm like, I don't know what the hell is happening right now. Gagged you, yeah. Yeah. I was actually, I am a part of the UNOW Civil War of 26. Also today I'm going to try to reattach the hinge to my glasses. We'll see how that goes. Because I'm going to be honest, I can't leave the house like this. I really don't think I can. I need like my two of my hinges. How's it staying on your face? I super glued it to the bridge of my nose. So were you on BuzzFeed when you were top left? Like this picture? Oh, dude, I'm so excited for my new glasses. Your BuzzFeed era? Dude, every time I see Abbott Elementary, I see the lady who made it, and I'm like, she was in a BuzzFeed video eating Estonian snacks. That's the first time I saw her. It was like 12 years ago. And I'm like, I saw her in a BuzzFeed video eating Estonian snacks. And now she's making one of the most successful TV shows on television. So that's kind of what happens when you eat Estonian snacks. Which, by the way, I was going to do like a whole stream of eating them, but I'm holding out hope that Prezzo does come to Estonia this summer. So I'm saving it for that. I'm saving it for that. Still going to New Zealand to see Chib. I was pretty close to doing it, and then plane tickets went, obviously because of the situation in Iran. And also same day, my friends who were going on tour to Australia, their flights got canceled. And then they've like rebooked the tour for like October. So I think it might be a second half of the year kind of thing. But I will go. I will go to New Zealand. If you have a friend who lives in New Zealand, then you can just sleep at their place so you don't have to pay accommodation. I feel like that's like an opportunity you have to take. Because I feel like accommodation would be so expensive in New Zealand. So it would be a waste to not. Our gas price is insane in Estonia right now too. I would say probably yeah, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know what like a good gas price is. I gotta say I don't drive. I've always looked at the board when I go to a gas station. I'm like, I don't know what any of these numbers mean. But I'm sure that it's probably bad. Wait, let me look it up. Keep in mind, Estonia is like we have like decent public transport, but we are also very car centric, at least in the capital. The capital is like super car centric at the same time. So I feel like we got like okay, I don't what is 95? What is 98? 275 is the usual for my area, and right now it's 350. Okay, well, 95 says it's 1.6 euros per liter. 98 is 1.609. And then diesel is 1.85 euros per liter. And then LPG, which I don't even know what the hell. Like, okay, D is diesel, and then 95, 98, that's like, I don't know, different kind of gas. What the fuck is LPG, bro? What is that? What happens if you put the wrong gas in your car? Is it gonna fucking blow up? Is that like really bad? Yeah. It breaks that shit? Oh. Well, I'm not gonna do that. Because I don't even have a car. And I never will. I don't have a car. I don't have to think about this. I'm a passenger princess. I don't think about things like this. Do you think there's a video of someone putting like diesel in a car that doesn't like diesel and then it blows up? I want to see what happens. Putting diesel in gas engine. Ooh. Oh my god, let's see. Putting diesel in my gas car's engine until it explodes. I'm so sorry, this man. He looks incredibly fucking annoying in the thumbnail. I don't want to watch this video. It can create residue in the engine, and it wears the engine down, and it makes it blow up. Can I also admit something? I watched my first match of competitive Counter-Strike because Chibli asked me if I wanted to watch, and then I was like, "Oh, is my oomph playing?" Who's Rops, the Estonian guy? I was like, "Is he playing?" And he was like, "Oh my god, he is playing." So then I was like, "Okay, I'll watch." And holy fuck, dude, he's really good. Like, I knew he was good. I've read that he's really good. But like, damn, bro, he was insane. And it made me realize I'm never going to play this game again. This is ridiculous. They have like split second, even less. They have like fucking insane reaction times. It's ridiculous. But it was honestly kind of fun to watch. I'll give him that. Today I learned Rups is Estonian and not American. Yeah, he used to have this like Porsche that I think he crashed on like he took it to a track and then he crashed it. So literally all of our interactions is him driving past me in his Porsche and then me messaging him being like, "Did you just drive past me in your Porsche?" And then he would be like, "Yup." That's like literally all we've ever talked about. I don't know him at all. We just follow each other, and then when I would see him, I would message him. Yeah, apparently the team that he's on now is like insane. They were just like I don't know, they like destroyed fucking this team called Aurora or whatever. And every time it cut to them, they just looked so depressed. They looked really sad. I love esports. What's like the best? Anybody here watch esports? What's the best esports? Because I think like I don't know, like 7 years ago or something, I tried to watch competitive Overwatch, and I was like, I can't watch this because I don't. This is so overwhelming. Geo esports, low key melee, Splatoon. Esports is too corporate. I was watching when I was watching it. I was like, this is like regular sports, but like dialed to 9,000 when it comes to like the really sketchy sponsorships. The really sketchy sponsorships that they all have, because like the event I was watching, they were literally like doing a tutorial on how to gamble. they were doing a tutorial on how to gamble on the event, and I was like, wow, that's fucking awesome, man. Can we pull up competitive Splatoon? Can I be honest? This is going to be my first time in my life seeing Splatoon gameplay. I've avoided it. Splatoon 2 World Championship Finals. Just try it with the mouse controls. It could be fun. I'm not paying for this game. I'm not fucking paying for this shit.
It's not unrealistic to think that FTWin coming into this final with all of that enthusiasm, all of that momentum.
I always also think it's funny how like esports have like all these commentators and shit, and sometimes they're like older people, and I'm like, so what did you just like grow up playing this, or like how are you an expert? Like sometimes it'll be just like an old ass man commentating on the fucking esports panel, and I'm like, how did you get into this?
We've got Rainmaker, GG Boys of Japan in the purple, and what do we see here?
Wow.
Caused such a reaction here, Nine.
Double custom jet squelcher? That's the answer? I've never seen this.
So they gotta paint the floor.
Lots of range, and Aksel is using the Kensa Bride.
You know, I'm going to need a minute just to recover from this one. It's actually the Octo Brush Nouveau.
This is another weapon that we almost never
Kind of mad. I think a good chunk of them are like agency people who have to learn all about the game.
use that and create as much pressure.
I think my
You know, you have a Stingray. We're gonna
my person who gets me sponsors is like some kind of esports person. I don't know. They sounded like a really big deal when they were introducing themselves to me, but I've never looked it up. I know a lot of Rainbow Six commentators like that. Oh, bro, I underage drank in front of some Rainbow Six pro one time. His name was like King George or some shit like that.
To see how that happens. Although Ice is so good and so precise with that Stingray that Dynamon really didn't stand a chance there.
You're going to hear that Stingray scream in your dreams right now. Yamamichi, meanwhile,
Did he try to stop you? No, because I like gave him a mean eye. It was really awkward. I don't know, like, okay, this is, the reason he came up to me is because I was with Too Mad. Okay, this was 7 years ago. I was with Too Mad, and he came up to talk to Too Mad, and then Too Mad said, I gotta go. So he like walked out, and then it was just me and this Rainbow Six guy sitting across from another, and I just like, I don't know what. So we just kind of sat in silence for a little bit, and I was like, I don't know what to talk about.
advantage. Rainmaker at 42. MT win. Trying to surprise GG Boys once again, but 9. Getting to 21. How is that fair on this map?
I mean, I think
I don't. This is like hard to watch, to be honest. It's like, okay, so they're putting paint everywhere, and then the other team is putting the paint as well.
multiply it by a little bit, and it's still the same here.
Do you have any pics with Too Mad? I think I have a couple. I have a couple pictures with Too Mad.
Ice a Stingray, and then still have another one to play with the long, narrow path that Rainmaker has to travel.
It's interesting that the GG Boys are adapting to the FT win strategy. Meanwhile, FT win is just going what works
Can you
best
pull
for
up
them
some
as well.
farming sim esports? You should burn them. Well, I don't have like, I didn't get like a physical copy of them to be like, I really gotta remember this. Farming Simulator competitive.
It's interesting that both teams have gone transport company's first choice. Chip tuning, choice Trelleborg and Rimaz on the slight edge. So,
Acceleration versus top end speed. Okay.
well, they kind of need top end speed with that setup, to be honest.
I'm really surprised Trelleborg.
I know you and Chibley would absolutely demolish at this shit. Dude, we couldn't do anything.
I don't know.
All we did was like buy horses and then make them float in the air.
Oh, just caught up on the tape there, I think. It looked like it.
Okay, so they got a...
And, now Grimmer have got... Grimmer going for a very...
Low-key, the only
interesting
context I
base
see farming sim content in nowadays is that fucking stupid bald financial advisor. I forget his name, Dave something. And people put his clips in the farming sim where he's like, "You are so stupid. You are so fucking dumb."
Hang on, what happened
I
there?
think Grimmer have gone for 3 harvesters. If they can pull this off, they can cause a big problem for
They've got 3 harvesters.
They've got 3 harvesters. They need.
So they gotta like,
surveyor
what? They
though.
gotta get a good harvest?
3 harvesters is gonna hurt Trelleborg a lot. That is not a good start for Trelleborg. That.
I suppose it's one of those ways you think, how are we going to stop Trelleborg? That's a good way of doing it. Limit them to 1 harvester.
They have to feed their family.
The question is, right, Grimmer have managed to get themselves at least 1 baler. In fact, I think they only have 1 baler.
So Trelleborg with 1 harvester.
The hell, there's a drone.
So it's switched either way. That's going to be interesting how this plays out.
This is, yeah.
I mean, Grimmer have got the option. They've got the potential now for far more grain, far more swath.
I just realized this is like probably... I mean, I don't know if these people do this for a living. I don't know how big this is, but this is probably really annoying to explain to people. Where I'm like, where they have to go like, I'm a competitive farmer, and then they have, but not in like real life. I'm in a video game.
And get those bales
plus
out.
they're producing far more grain.
Yeah.
Potentially twice as much grain in the same amount of time.
This is
Twice as much grain.
really dangerous for Trelleborg.
The grain per minute rate is crazy.
They've got some good machinery off the start of that. It was a very, very good play.
Whichever way.
Wait, so are they
Trelleborg
competing to
go
get from the
with
same
bonus as
field?
well, they have an issue because they can't create the bales.
No.
They don't have the storage to create the bales. And
They don't have
can't
the storage to create the
grain.
bales,
In
guys.
fact,
It's
if
actually
you
over.
Go for that grain one. With the amount of grain that they can create extra, that could.
It could be very, very decisive. I mean, we have seen Trelleborg, as we've said, they have that ability to adapt to pretty much any given situation. They have
I
in
am
the
trying to
past.
think though, if we've seen a team win with 1 harvester.
Telling your hinge date that you commentate
back to
farming sim
Poland.
tournaments for a living?
I can't. I'm fairly sure when we noticed this, I'm fairly sure every team that had 1 harvester lost their match.
Yeah.
It was just
There were some close ones, but
they
just,
were close. But it was just too much of a deficiency.
Yeah.
Oh, that was crazy, bro. The way he
come
picked
back
that
from.
up.
And especially when the only one that Trelleborg have is the ideal.
Yeah.
That is
Big
a
grain tank, but
crazy
small header.
looking
Small header.
harvester.
They
Not
can't.
getting much.
So that not only are they
Okay, so what
able to
happens?
create straw
Oh,
at
at
a
the
lesser
end,
rate
people
because
go
they have-
crazy. Hold on.
Are they going to stop the bell? Mind you, that's the Trelleborg haven't got the bells there at the moment anyway, but
No.
possibly
But
they might stop the bell if it gets to 3-1.
Not quite.
No.
So.
Oh, they have.
No, they have.
Okay.
So,
now, get your
full
bells in. They've got
advantage.
loads. Look. If they can
Oh, look at
load
that.
This conveyor belt up.
Yeah, completely busted belt. But Trelleborg don't have
Their belt broke.
bales there. So by the time Trelleborg have countered this, which is exactly what they're doing
They
right
haven't
now.
got enough bales. They should have had bales preloaded on that belt.
Yeah.
As soon as they started dumping
moment
grain.
they start unloading, that should have done it. And they have, and they do have something to counter with, impressively.
Wow, it's going at a very
I
fast
just say
rate.
as soon as they started dumping grain,
Realistically,
they should have been getting bales on here. They've got 'em.
Unloading.
This is a foul. Most of it's literally like half of it is not even hitting the fucking thing. It's like hitting the side of it.
That should have done it. And they have.
Personally, I wouldn't let that
And
slide.
they do have something to counter with, impressively.
I just think as soon as they started dumping grain, they should have been getting bales on here. They've got a multiplier, but they could have taken advantage of that 3-1 multiplier.
I'm imagining someone like
On the
crashing
other
out
hand,
over
Trelleborg
this.
Are having to respond to
And,
this.
like,
They
yelling
are
at their
having
teammates 'cause they're
to-
not-
to try and counter this.
I don't know, harvesting
They
fast
don't
enough.
have enough to fully counter it. So
532 to 647.
With a minute and a half left on the clock. That Grimmer have to take full advantage of everything. They have got to get these bales on as quickly as possible.
I don't think they took advantage of that multiplier.
No,
they really didn't.
it came late.
They didn't take. What is this fucking?
Because Trelleborg
Sounds like when you do a sponsor where it tells you when someone downloads it.
It's close. It is
Wait, they're low-key pulling it back though.
Conveyor belt as well.
a minute left on the clock. And it is 60 points between them.
It's going to be who runs out of bales.
It is.
You've got to be very confident at this point, with this amount of time left, to be double stacking.
Wait, it's about to get crazy.
Trouble, no, they do not absolutely have this in the bag. They are.
Guys, who are you
absolutely
rooting
out
for?
there
I'm
pushing every
rooting
ball they
for
can.
Grimmy.
That's it. Can
This is
Bremer
it.
take advantage now? This is the second point where they really have got the opportunity to do this.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Playing games.
What the hell's that?
They're trying to, yeah, they
They're
are
trying to get the bridges to come up. Yeah.
Yeah, trying to block
What?
Grimmer from getting those bales.
That's BM, bro. That's
Oh.
BM.
Okay.
Sneaky. Okay.
This is
12 seconds to go.
If this gets in,
7:30. This bell goes in for 20. I think this is not going to make it in, is it? But it's,
6,
no.
5,
No.
4,
Go on.
3, 2,
Oh, no.
1. Yes!
Oh, that's
Oh my God!
upset. There we go. They did it. They did just enough.
Bro, it
back.
just
They
looked
got
like that
the
team was a
whole
bunch of
thing.
different Dan
That
Gieslings.
was incredible. Oh, man.
Different Dan
Not bad.
Giesling
That
it
last
makes.
bale went in with 0 on the
Yeah,
clock.
I honestly didn't think that had gone in. I didn't think that had gone in. That's
Wow.
incredible.
That is a massive upset.
No one was expecting it. There were mistakes made on both
No one was
sides.
expecting
There
it.
absolutely were. That was a.
Oh man.
Who says it's not nail biting and exciting? Of course it is. Wow.
Gee,
Well, you guys ever
that
seen
is the
competitive Scrabble?
closest.
Yeah.
It's kind of insane.
North American Scrabble just witnessed a championship match so spectacular that it has to be considered one of, if not the best matches in Scrabble history. At the Scrabble Players Championship held every year in July,
Look at this
players
shit, dude.
advanced to a best-of-5 final.
This is a sport
after a
that
grueling 28
encompasses all
game
ages.
event.
Well,
In
mostly older
2024,
people.
Those two players were Scrabble's youngest ever Grandmaster, Mac Meller, and fellow elite Grandmaster, Ian Weinstein. Both players have come close to victory multiple times before, and this year,
No one
both
under the
were
age
a
of 30.
stunning 5 games ahead of the rest of the field. While this match looked to be great on paper, Scrabble doesn't always work that way.
Mac Miller.
Tile drawing can be lopsided over a short series, and playing your best Scrabble after such an exhausting main event is easier said than done. But in this case, the ensuing
Scrabble
match
history.
was absolutely legendary. Mac has the first move in the series and finds his top move of Koine, his only 5-letter move, placing the K on the double letter. However, the N is exactly what Ian hopes to see. It's the only letter that gives him a bingo in response. Mac answers right back with his only word spanning 2 double letter scores, Matalote for 86.
Oh, of course,
The
Matalote.
two trade similar plays for several turns. Ian dumps a W with Wade. Mac does the same
Wade,
with
emote.
Ian looks to balance his rack with Wader. Mac does the same with Oft. Ian sheds his newly drawn Y with Oi. Mac does the same with Ivy. Holding 2 U's, Ian makes an aggressive opening of Uncle, and despite holding the S and balance tiles, Mac
motherfucker
doesn't
played
have a
Uncle.
bingo, instead cashing Stodge for a strong score. Ian redraws a U to once again give him the normally toxic UU combination. Despite this, he actually has a playable bingo, Perlus for 72, putting him narrowly ahead. Mac answers quickly with his top move of Compel for 45.
Ooh, Compel's
Ian
good.
pounces on the overlapping spot with Foe for 55. Mac grabs what points he can get from a tough rack with Pying, and Ian responds with an excellent move of Kit Bag for 26. While holding the imbalanced DIO would normally be a weakness, it's excellent protection from consonant-heavy unseen tiles. Meanwhile, Mac draws a flexible bingo rack. He can play Goldener for 63, but this opens a dangerous scoring spot with the J and Z still lurking, so he wisely plays Oleander for a 2-point sacrifice. It's to no avail, as Ian still has a huge J play to retake the lead. And Mac's draw of almost all consonants and the dreaded Q dooms him, as he's forced to play off his Q while he still can, possibly stealing this game if he draws the second blank. Ian already has it, giving him excellent endgame flexibility. After his play of Adzuki, Mac grabs his highest score on offer.
Nah, I wouldn't be able to
Ian
play with
goes
these
out
guys because I'd have to be like,
win
that's not a
game
word. I
one
gotta look
by
it up.
just 9
We gotta make
points,
sure that this is a word.
436 to 427. It's Ian's turn to go first in game 2, and after shedding his J with Jeer, Mac is glad to see the first blank. Without vowels to go with it, he's forced to play Fit for 15. And when his draw improves, he spots the incredible Cyprinid through the Y, which Ian will leave open after his top move of Hijab for 31. Instead, Ian surprisingly plays its anagram of Baji for just 25. Fortunately for Mac, this gives him another option of pricing for only a couple fewer points. Next, Ian has Foamily available for 30.
Foamily.
Perhaps unsure of this word or maybe missing it, he plays Family for 2 fewer points and keeping 2.
Maybe that's what he was trying to play in the first place, but he just didn't know how to spell it.
Mac can't capitalize as he draws the cue with too many vowels and is forced to dump it. Ian draws 3 sets of duplicated tiles and fixes them all at once with Dot for 17. And
they train by just looking at dictionaries and memorizing?
He also draws more vowels
I don't know.
and attempts to balance his rack again with God.
It's kind of insane.
Still trailing, Ian gets a huge draw in the X, which he plays for 40 points. Another sneaky spot for it would have been Ilex through the E of Jeer for 10 more. After more vowels from the bag for Mac, Ian's DE draw from the bag gives him his first bingo of the game in Toddles. The highest scoring positioning of this word gives back a scary triple lane to Mac, so he wisely sacrifices points for a more defensive
Every couple
option.
years I download the Scrabble game for my iPhone and then I get smoked by like a 74-year-old grandma and I say, fuck this shit.
A fantastic play
and then I never play again.
Through Zai on the board. Holding an S in reserve, this gives him an excellent chance to land an Axion's play that will get him right back in this game. And after Ian's imbalanced draw, he can't do anything about the spot and is forced to exchange tiles.
They're ranked? I feel like there probably is at this point. I mean, look at this shit, bro. This is Scrabble World Cup, bro. These are the GeoGuessrs of GeoGuessrs, Rainbolts. These are the Rainbolts of the Scrabble world.
But Ian's exchange hugely improves his tile balance, and with Bingo scoring 70 available in multiple spots, he makes an even higher scoring and positionally superior play of Colanders for 70. Opening very little back to Mac. From here, Mac attempts to open the board as best he can, while Ian cleverly blocks each opening, one after the other, and pads his lead further. When all is said and done, Ian takes game 2, 445 to 323.
Damn,
With his back against the wall, Mac plays first in game 3, and with too many consonants, he makes his top move of Brown, scoring well and keeping the strong CH combination for next turn.
I think the Scrabble Championship is separated by gender.
Worse, including the pesky Q. And he
because I think the men are scared of the grandmas.
RS combo in hopes of
I think that's why it's separated.
Mac answers with Clever, and Ian connects on the game's first bingo with Baudrins for 74. The consonants are back to haunt Mac, and he plays Sloyd for 26 to keep pace. And Ian draws excellent tiles.
Because anyone wants to go down a rabbit hole, Scrabble's GOAT, Nigel Richards, is apparently ridiculously talented to memorize the French dictionary just to win French tournaments.
Mac is feeling some urgency now, and instead of a more standard move like Bump holding synergistic bingo tiles, he plays Much for a similar score.
That's not how you spell much. Red card. You're disqualified.
It makes a very dangerous smutch hook, which could be really handy as the game progresses. Ian's next draw is much worse than his last, and he spots his best move by far here of Allowed, scoring decently and dumping 3 vowels.
Not how you spell allowed either.
Normally a boon, but here
they need to have me at these tables. I need to referee this
as soon as possible. He plays Ooze to add even more volatility to the board, with more hooks and a very hittable double-double lane.
You know what the guy standing Wikipedia photo where he's sitting?
Here, the championship
no, I don't. What the hell?
On the spot. Instead, he has the clunky KUV combination. He plays his top-scoring move of Klutz here, also shedding as much clunk as he can and blocking the E of Ooze. Yet again, Mac fails to draw a bingo, and he finally gets the F on the board with Find. Still one good draw away from sealing this game, Ian draws the X, but also the Q. He can at least play.
It's low-key kind of an ick when they play a word that I know.
Much in the process.
Like find.
At this point,
seriously,
Ian
bro.
is up by 100 points and firmly in command of the game. Mac's winning chances for the full match are on life support. To Mac's relief, he's finally drawn a bingo, and it plays.
Dude
in
named
only
Guy
one
standing,
spot.
and he's sitting in his Wikipedia
Paisani
photo.
for 84.
It caused a schism
And
within the
after Ian
Wikipedia
is forced
editors.
to dump the Q next turn, Mac draws the first blank and finds another bingo for 70.
His name is
points.
Guy
And
Standing.
after another strong play from Ian dumping his Y for the 32-point klutzy,
Whoa.
Mac draws
Whoa.
the second blank.
Hold up,
dumping
what?
his Y for the
Hey, yo, what the hell is that?
32-point klutzy. Mac draws the second blank and gets down his third straight bingo of spearing for 86.
Yo, that's
to
fucking
surge
awesome.
Into the lead.
I knew this would
While
happen
Ian
with
has
these
the
guys.
IN combination on his rack to potentially play into this G, he has nothing there right now. And after playing Miney instead to stay close on the scoreboard, he fails to connect. Mac's clutch 3-bingo sequence saves his fading.
Wait, if the letters
championship hopes,
line
and
up,
at
he
the
could play
end game, he
Markiplier.
takes
Never
game
mind.
3 by just over 100. Ian is still just one win away, and when he draws the first blank on his opening move of Game 4, his winning chances quickly spike. Without a playable 7-letter word, he settles for eek, and Mac answers with his only viable move of Axe. Instead of a bingo, Ian draws UU, and this time he has to exchange. Mac is facing similar vowel issues, and he plays Powa, again his only viable move.
A
and
large
Ian
New
goes from
Zealand
vowels to
shellfish.
consonants. His lone vowel is enough for him here, and with the 83-point Svelter available, he plays Varlets instead. A great play to create a much tighter board and drastically limit Mac's options. Despite these efforts,
Oh my God, he
Mac
can do it
still has
again.
a playable bingo
He can do it
here.
again.
He can slot Anti-Fog alongside Powa.
Oh,
for 82
interesting.
points.
Anti-fog now.
Mac's clock continues to tick, making the thousands watching in person.
Like at this
and
point, people are using
online
it to get on your
nervous.
streams. What is this?
I've seen that. That's new to me. That's new to me. I've seen that.
Oh, I
I've
remember
seen
this.
that. What? I mean, that's fucking new to me.
That's fucking awesome, dude. One of my favorite Prezzo
That
clips.
he's missing this critical play, but at long last, he sees the spot and plays his bingo to keep pace. The lone
Well, let me add this to the. Well, he is.
Why are there guys named?
Hold on, we gotta see how this goes.
saving grace of this move for Ian is that it gives him a perfect
Wait,
place
oh,
to
wait,
throw
hey,
his
hey.
cue for a very strong score, retaking the lead. Mac draws the second blank and has a very challenging position here with only one playable bingo. Mac's ability to quickly find his options with the tricky blank tile is second to none, and he spots the relevant word, marveler, for 64. After cheese, Ian needs consonants, and he draws only one of them. With audio available for 16 points, he decides to cash in his S-hook for 21 extra points here, easily enough to justify this choice. Mac draws poorly, with 2 sets of duplicated vowels. And
Who is that non-binary person from like 300 years ago that got like famous on Wiki because their name was like Public Universal Friend or something? What was their name?
the J, and he opts for Soju.
Universal
here,
Public
a
Friend.
nice way to undouble his vowels and set up his O for future underlapping plays. Ian answers with his by far strongest move of Hinnied for 30. This gives up a big W hook, but if Mac had kept a W, Jowl would have made more sense than Soju in many situations. Mac hasn't
I won't lie,
drawn
Soju can
either
turn you
W, and
evil.
without other good ways to score, he
Most
plays
things make more sense than
Gorally for
Soju most
30
nights.
points. A great choice by him. Ian's plan comes together perfectly as he snags the first W. He could play Haw for 42, leaving very good bingo tiles and a solid lane for ending words in the ED left on his rack. Instead, he opts to sacrifice some of his odds of bingoing
Lewd.
next turn for 3 more points right now with Lewd for 45. Mac's got a rack that forms a lot of 8s, but none are playable, so he has to improvise. He finds a fantastic way to shed his clunky UV combination with uneven through disconnected tiles. He
Ooh,
draws
is that Iron
4
Shade?
consonants to his balanced RED
He's saying
lead,
Iron's eyebrows are
but
uneven.
If Iron somehow floats an A
Ah,
out in
Hayut.
open space, he'll be able to play pre-draft. And, incredibly, Iron has too many vowels on his rack, and his best combination of points and rack leave available here is to play Ohio for 33. This would yield
What the fuck is Ohio?
185-point triple-triple by Mac. Impressively, Ian finds a way to pass up the very tempting Ohio in favor of the much more defensive Oho for 31, which yields significantly fewer points per turn back to Mac. Rather than playing an instant game-ending bomb, Mac now has a very difficult situation on his hands. Without any other way to score well, Mac plays Feed for 28. Another sneaky option might have been Fjord through JO on the board, keeping a much better rack for bingoing, but the 10 extra points are also nice in such a close game. Next, Ian makes another.
You know what grinded
brilliant
person's
move.
lying about being
He
in their
plays
20s when he's
Wit
like,
for
Ohio.
24, already a solid way to undouble his eyes and rid himself of the second W. This move also sets up his A to play Hota next turn to the lower right triple. Of course, Mac might be able to use this spot too, but note that if Mac had had an A on his last turn, he likely would have played Def in the same spot as Feed for the same score, keeping the more valuable E on his rack with very few still lurking in the bag. Therefore, the odds of Mac having an A on his own rack are greatly reduced, giving Ian's setup even better chances of success. Not only
They're
does
playing
Mac
like 90
not have
moves
an
at a
A,
time.
he doesn't have a single vowel. After Ian's last move, Mac knows he's going to get hit solidly on the triple for a 30 to 40 point play. His only reasonable word to put on the board here is Gur for 19.
No
After
way.
Gur, when Ian
No
plays
way.
down low, Mac will still be down upwards of 30 points. Holding
What am I playing
4
with, like, my
consonants
niece?
on
Like,
a
what's going
board with
on?
Minimal chances to use the Z productively. So Mac makes a way outside the box choice here, exchanging everything except RT, looking to draw a bingo through the open letters of Lude that will allow him to keep pace with a Hota setup. As expected, Ian plays Acai for 33, padding his lead further. And Mac's pivotal draw after exchanging is AACST. This gives him a miracle bingo of Castrate to the E of Lude for 74
Castrate.
to keep him alive in the game and the match. The move is far from decisive, opening a triple lane and other options back to
Empty ass
Ian.
room. Well, yeah, they
Sure
probably
enough,
did it like
Ian
7
finds his
p.m. All the
top
audience had
scoring
to go to
play
bed.
by a mile of Compend for a whopping 51 points. With 4 tiles in the bag, this move will force a very tight endgame. And after so many tricky positions, Mac is down to almost no time on his clock. Mac needs a 2-turn sequence that will score enough to outrun Ian's top scoring play of Jibe. With his time running out and with the championship on the line, he finds his
You have a favorite
best
board
option
game?
from
My
only
favorite board game used to
3
easily
winning
be
moves that
The Game
get
of
the
Life,
job
but it's
done.
so dog shit
He
nowadays.
plays Brig for 27 to go
I
up
bought
by
it recently.
4,
It's
threatening
gone
a
downhill.
follow-up move of
They've ruined
Zona
it.
in the upper right for 23 more. If Ian attempts
Godspeed,
to
you
block
Black Emperor.
Zona, he
Ayy.
won't also be able to score well, and Mac also has Azon for 13 in another spot. After a perfect endgame,
Is
from both
Settlers of
players,
Catan
Mac
actually that fire?
secures an
Because
absolutely
people always glaze it, but I've never
remarkable
played it.
5-point win, forcing a decisive Game 5 in the match.
Just gonna go to the final.
Yes.
Yeah. Whatever happens, it's been a hell of a match.
Is it like Civ?
Man.
Whoa.
Definitely gonna need a little air after that one.
Mac draws the first blank in Game 5 and plays Beavers for
Fun
72, just the start he needs to settle him down after
Scrabble
the
players
frantic
burn
finish in
9,000
Game 4.
calories
Ian has some
per
good bingo tiles, but also the higher scoring
game
F
of
and
Scrabble.
H, and he dumps both with his top choice of Foe.
Need to get in a
Though
clue.
Mac's
What is
redraw
Clue again?
Doesn't look like anything special.
Is
He
that like,
has Paranoid for 65, ready to go down here. This move makes a huge scoring spot Ian can use. So it would be great
You
if
guessed
there
the
were
murderer?
somehow another
Wait.
option here. And
I would
there
like
is
that.
Diapason for 4 more points, avoiding opening a triple word score. After 2 opening bingos, Mac is up big, but in the nick of time, Ian bingos with nailers to trim the deficit. And he's poised to do more than that as he draws Polarize through the eye of
Ooh, I would play
Diapason.
Polarize and feel really good about
Mac's
myself.
strongest scoring move is Event through the E of Nailers, which leaves Polarize wide open for Ian. But after some thought, Mac instead wisely plays Veiny for 6 fewer points.
Whoa, hey,
dramatically
hey.
reducing
Okay,
Ian's bingo
yeah,
chances
maybe he is
and
gay.
placing a V out in open space. Always a good thing when trying to protect a lead. While Ian still plays Zoeal for a very strong 54 next turn, it's a far cry from the 90 points he could have had, and it gives back an easy 48 points to Mac for zany next turn as well. Ian draws 3 eyes, and he's forced to score only 9
When you tell
points
your
to shed
mom
2 of
that
them with
your favorite
Fury.
streamer is Zoil, and then
Mac
she
also
tries to
has
ask you
slow
about it
down
via
with
text,
duplicated
but she
U's,
spells it
and
like
he
this.
plays Emu for 18 to get rid of at least 1 U and block the Irids hook in the process. Next,
Are these
Ian
even real
sheds
words?
his X with Pox.
Nah,
and
these guys
Mac
are
is in a
frauds.
tricky spot. He has good bingo tiles, but this board is also quite poor for playing bingos. That's a good thing since he has the lead, but it's not a big enough lead to feel safe. So Mac plays the gorgeous Alluviate through the V and
Gorgeous.
E already on the board.
Calm down.
This does give back new bingo lanes to Ian, but it scores much better than any other option here, ensuring that a bingo from Ian will only equalize the game. Now, with more realistic bingo chances, Ian dumps his Q for 31 and hopes to hit something through the new lines.
Larval form of
If
crabs
Mac
and
wants
certain
to
other
continue applying
decapod
scoring
crustaceans
pressure, he can
characterized
play
by
Ooh and
thoracic
Axe here. But he
thoracic
decides to
appendages
play
used for
Where,
swimming.
sensibly taking away
No,
that
when the fucking
uncomfortably
definition got
open E.
words that you need a definition for.
After Where, Ian needs to proactively create more space, so he plays Mock for 21. The C makes this an especially strong threat. It's impossible for Mac to overlap it down the left side because of the C's lack of 2-letter words. Without an effective block, Mac instead plays Wedded, shedding as many tiles
Wedded?
as possible.
Bro, what the hell's up with this
inserting
guy's
an S
words,
or a
man?
K to more conclusively block, but Ian gets there first. Although he lacks a 7-letter word to hook Mocks, he does have a playable bingo of Courtings for 68. Mac is able to shed his V and score 33 points with Vino, but Ian draws the second blank in the nick of time. With just 2 61-point bingos available, he plays Doubting and takes an improbable 20-point lead heading into the final stretch. Mac is in an absolutely brutal spot here. There's 15 tiles unseen to him, 8 of which are still in the bag. His greatest asset is that
Still
he has
not
the
over
fourth
Ian's
and
name
final
being
S,
pronounced like
and
that.
the mock spot is still there waiting to be used. So
New
he
experiences
plays
every day.
Urge for 12 points, holding onto CAS. If he draws the H or K from the bag, he can play Cash or Cask for huge scores and completely take control of the game. In fact, Mac draws both of these tiles and is on the brink of a game-winning play. But Ian makes a game-saving play of Faye for 20. Clearly
get the hell
aware
outta
of the
here.
danger of this spot and wisely blocking it while he can do so with a good move. With Mac
Faye is
back
what
on
I play
turn,
when I'm playing
now
words
there
with
are
friends
only
and I don't
2
know what
tiles in the
word to
bag.
put, so I start randomly
Rather than
putting
play
pieces
2
down until
or
it gives
more
me
tiles
points.
Here, emptying the bag and giving Ian perfect information, Mac plays off just his K for 22 points. First of all, a T draw here would give Mac re-watches for 110 points and an instant win. But also, note that Mac's remaining letters here give
They need
him
to do
the
commentary
sneaky
like this
threat
over me
of
watching
S
Tip to
char
Tip.
for 45. But again, playing this now would give
Competitive
Ian perfect
tip to tip
information
reacting.
and create many losing endgame scenarios. Playing just one tile makes Ian's next move exceedingly difficult. Holding on to just a 6-point lead, Ian elects to play Tog for only 8 points. His reasoning is likely
Nah,
that
they definitely
this
hooked
spot
up
is
after
the
this.
best one for many of the J plays Mac might have, like Jug, Juga, Jag, and Jager. And if this block forces Mac to consider Haji instead, sometimes Ian can draw 6-tile outplays that will counter Haji with an immediate win. Mac has, in fact, drawn the J, a devastating pick. It's one of the few tiles that could get him not to play S-Char right away in the endgame. That's because there's only one spot for the J afterwards. After S-Char, Ian can simply
he would play the
one
J there
spot
and go
play
JO,
all his
bro. What the
remaining
hell?
tiles in their highest
What is up
scoring
with this
spots
guy?
to secure an easy win. Mac realizes this, and once again, under extreme time pressure with the championship on the line, he has to improvise. He places Haji on the board, which would in fact be a winning play, but the optimal sequence afterwards is several moves deep and very difficult to verify in the moment. So he picks up his winning move.
He did it.
And instead
Pervert.
plays Joe for 9 points, saving S-Char for next turn. This plan makes sense, but all of a sudden, it gives Ian a pathway to winning the championship. To pull it off, Ian needs to realize that Mac has S-Char and block it with a move that guarantees him an outplay on his next move. This is difficult on this tight board, but he can do this with 2 moves. Dale for 8, setting up Tool and a Twee, or even better, a Twee setting up Lude and Deli. But with so much to consider and his clock dwindling, Ian simply does not see S-Char as a possibility and instead plays PU for 5. Hoping to follow up with Delta after Mac plays something like Chewers under duress. Instead, down to his final seconds, Mac stuns Ian with his outplay of S-Char for 45 to win Game 5, and by extension, the match and 2024 championship title, 441 to 396. After the dust settled post-game, Ian nearly instantly spotted his winning block.
Yeah, I should have. If I eat that Twee, I guess. What do you do after that Twee? Are you not going out with LD? Oh, I can block. May have another spot. Oh shit, Deli. Oh my god, I could have won.
This match had everything a Scrabble fan could possibly ask for. 2 players playing at an absurdly high level, crazy swings and comebacks, both in individual games and the series as a whole, and an insane, unforgettable scramble to decide the ultimate outcome. Despite the final result, Ian Weinstein played exceedingly well in this series.
He looks happy.
Frequently making sharp tactical decisions that saved him in each game, and he rightfully wound up as the number 2 ranked player in North America. But here are a few more words on the number 1 ranked player, who is, of course, Mac Miller. Mac is as worthy a champion as I can recall in every possible way. His Scrabble skills are awe-inspiring and obvious, but his friendly demeanor, even during over-the-board competition, and his kindness and respect for all of his
Wait, is there like disrespect in Scrabble?
His sterling reputation.
Is it like UFC where they face off before the battle and they like try to fight each other?
Firsthand. In 2013, I saw him become the youngest player ever to place in the top 10 at the championship. In 2017, his victory in round 28 helped me to clinch my own championship that year.
What? This guy fucking plays?
First and second place. More recently, Mac has been making top-notch Scrabble content on his YouTube channel, which I strongly urge you to check out and follow if you can. He'll be making lots of content about his win this year, including even deeper breakdowns of the games you just saw. So, one final round of congratulations to Mac Miller for winning this unforgettable championship match. I hope I conveyed at least a little taste of what made this match so special to watch. If you made it this far, I have a ton more content coming from Scrabble's championship season.
Can you link this
consider
video?
Subscribing if you'd like to see more. Thank you so much for watching, and see you next time.
Here you go. You guys want to watch this 30-minute video? Wikipedia banned this photo for being too funny. Apparently it's a guy called the guy standing, but he's actually sitting down. Of course. Prezzo said yes. This guy is pro AI, fuck him. How do you guys have fucking dirt on every single person? How's that possible? He's annoying. How's he pro AI? What'd he do? That's so fucking funny. No, literally. I can't every name that's mentioned. And he's a liberal. He's a little annoying. Why is the burnt peanut on the table? Oh. Okay, well, I'm going to look at the guy standing Wikipedia article. Wait, his name is actually Guy Standing. Standing at the BIEN Congress in 2012. But he's sitting down. Standing guy existing on a chair? Can we change the caption to that? What about standing guy standing sitting at the BIEN Congress in 2012? No, we aren't going to make any memes about his name. This has been discussed to death in the archives. I know we already had an edit war about this, but standing at the BIEN Congress in 2012 kind of makes it sound like it means here he is standing rather than the attended guy standing. I think we should change the caption to guy standing at the BIEN Congress in 2012 to clarify. This was discussed in 2023. While I apparently supported it then, I'm against it now. Yeah, I think it would be good to change the photo of guy standing to one where he's actually standing up. Primarily to erase any possible confusion. Also, a more recent photo would be preferable too. Guy standing sitting discourse in the big 2024. Standing sitting. Or how about we don't make fun of somebody's name just because people on the internet find it amusing? A person claiming to be his wife, I find the claim credible, given that the account and their interest in standing is much older than the meme and the article, has stated that they find it somewhat annoying. And specifically requested that we use a different photo. I don't mind writing articles that are more than a little tongue-in-cheek. I also think saying that the only reason we're not making an elementary school-esque joke is to annoy people is not an accurate read of history. Since when do we take into account the subject of an article's opinion on the content? Well said on all points. For your consideration, I have uploaded a new photo here. Dude, he's standing. He's standing up. Dude, this is so fucking funny, man. Oh, this guy's actually trying to like add some info to it. Like, get the hell out of here. You just know one of them talked about this in therapy. Yeah, I mean, Wikipedia editors do not play around. Y'all, check out my friend. My friend has a Wikipedia article. My friend has a Wikipedia article. He's very friendly. Or they're very friendly, actually. After suffering a severe illness in 1776. Isn't that when America was made? The friend doesn't use any pronouns. Yeah, low-key, this is pronounless. References to friend tend to avoid any pronouns altogether, instead using the friend. The Friend's theology was broadly similar to that of most Quakers. The Friends stressed free will, opposed slavery, and supported sexual abstinence. Look at that shit. Oh, I love this photo. I love this photo. That's friend right there. How do I find like more awesome Wikipedia articles? It's been a while since I've done like I was on Wikipedia recently looking at Obama's family tree. You listed on any Wikipedia pages? Probably not. Unusual articles. Breast-shaped hill. That's funny. Bookland, the quasi-fictional country all books come from according to barcodes. Pizza farm, all the ingredients of pizza grown in one convenient location. This can't be true. This is insane. A pizza farm can be both a farm-based food service establishment that sells pizza or a demonstration farm that educates visitors about agriculture by growing pizza ingredients. Wow, look at this. A whole pizza could be made in here. Wait, this is close to you. Mulkuzaret is a group of 3 small islands and 1 rock. Literally translates to Dick Islands or Penis Islands. Dude, I crashed out again yesterday because I looked at the part of the Russia-Estonia border where they just literally like put a penis on it. I've talked about this numerous times before. And I don't see anybody else talking about it. I feel like I'm going crazy. Like I'm about to go to... Okay, I'm going to open up Google Maps in hopes... Well, it does. There's nothing here that doxes me. Yeah, no, there's not. But if it does dox me, just pretend that you didn't see it. Okay. Here's the thing is, one thing I didn't realize was how fucking far away you could see it from. Because I've only really looked at it zoomed in. You look at here, look at that. There's a fucking little cock right here. And then you zoom in, and it's just a fucking well-defined cock. They even gave it a head. But then something that I didn't realize, which made me crash out. I never looked at the satellite view. Bro, you can see it from fucking... You can see it in real life too. They put a fucking forest that is the shape of a penis. So like for 40 minutes last night, I was going on Street View. I was looking at like, oh my God, like these people's property is like right at the tip of the cock. These people like walk out of their house, they see the big Russian cock. And I'm like, how the fuck? Who let this happen? Who the hell let this happen, dude? Like, what the fuck? Just a big ass cock. Driving around the penis on Street View. Look. That's the cock, bro. That's the cock. That's the cock forest. It looks beautiful though, isn't this gorgeous? Wouldn't you love to just run around here? It looks very nice. Fucking cock. Please look at this. You are an OG chud. Oh yeah, we looked at this I think like a few days ago. But we got like folklore related to chuds. Well, the chuds, like, they were like here a little bit. You know what I mean? There's like a little slice of land. Chuds have traditionally been believed to belong to the group of Baltic Finnic peoples, though there have been some debate as to which specific group. Another cock? What the Okay, thank you for drawing the fucking cum. So we could really... And then, you know what I also realized about this was that there is a village, a Russian village to the right of this, which kind of looks like it would be where the prostate would be. So they live in like the prostate of whatever this like anatomy is, what's going on here, whatever kind of situation they're trying to build here. And they don't even know it probably. I'm the only fucking person. I'm telling you, I'm about to fucking put on some like tinfoil hats and go in the city square with signs and say, there's literally a penis. There's a penis. There's a penis and nobody's talking about it. Wait, it does have a nutsack too? Hold on. Oh my God, there's a fucking nutsack. And the nutsack is in our land. We need to cut it. We need to deforest. That's ridiculous. This is my favorite wiki article I've ever found. Wikifauna. A wikifauna is a characterization set out in a Wikipedia essay that a Wikipedian may use to further convey something about themselves that other editors might find helpful to understand. A wikifauna should provide some educational or reflective merit closely related to Wikipedia's goals, be helpful or useful. Should not be too obscure. Treat serious issues with deliberately inappropriate humor. Be mean or too aggressive. A wiki dragon is described as having desirable traits of an editor who sporadically highly active, and when sporadically highly active, bold and grand, but exhibits less desirable traits of being clumsy or overconfident.
Why you got so many necklaces?
Wiki ogre. A wiki ogre is described as having traits of an editor who can sometimes be inactive for periods of anything from days, weeks, or months, but often engage in a rampage of activity, editing wildly. Medieval wikifauna. A wiki angel is described as having desirable traits of an experienced Wikipedian of significantly reduced activity, but who continues to follow the project and to act altruistically in cases of need. Wikigoon. A wikigoon is described as having undesirable traits of an administrator who conceals their administrative privileges for a purpose of administratively using that concealment to their advantage. They are like semi-stealth wiki police that try to bounce troublemakers speedily. They have connections and loyalties to other more senior and powerful users. Wiki king. Wiki kitten. Wiki kittens are generally newcomers similar to wiki puppies, but usually have more edits to main space articles. They might need help doing things and becoming new editors, but most of the time they make it on their own. Wiki otter. The wiki otter is very friendly toward new users. Another aspect of wiki otter persona is a tendency toward harmless mischief, which is always done in good faith. Wiki princess. A wiki princess is a user who glories in Wikipedia's collection of data but is too lazy to contribute. Wiki Puppy is generally an anxious user. Wiki Bear. A Wiki Bear is an omnivorous browser. It can fight fiercely, but would rather be munching berries. What? Dude. They got like every single person of all time put into a category. Artistic interpretation of a typical wiki crook. I don't know if this is what they would look like. A wiki engineer at work. Oh my fucking god, bro. Wiki ages. Wiki infant. Puzzly. The Rise of the Cluebots. A song about the Cluebots. Underscores. AI or weird Vocaloid. I would lean towards Vocaloid, but I have hope and love in my heart. Well, let me go back to this. Africa. Jacob's Ladder. Wait, I've heard about Jacob's Ladder. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ. I spent all fucking night reading this. Estonia-Kosovo relations. Dude, I do sometimes when I make a friend from a new country, I look up the wiki article between our countries. Like, look. New Zealand, Estonia relations. I think this was like... Oh, yeah, look at this. As of the 2018 census, 189 Estonians were residing in New Zealand. As of the 2021 census, 28 New Zealanders were residing in Estonia. So, like, we have a lot of overlap. Official visits. Wait, let me look up Estonia, Canada. Estonia-Canada relations. There are around 22,000 Canadians of Estonian descent. Previous Canadian ambassadors to Estonia, and just a bunch of fucking humegalols, bro. They don't even have articles. The least fucking relevant person related to the government gets made the ambassador to Estonia. Previous Estonian ambassadors to Canada. Oh wow, this is our fucking... This guy ended up being our president. We send you... Well, I wouldn't say we send you our best. This guy kind of fucking blows. Estonian Canadians. And it says Dave Prezzo. Some notable Estonian Canadians and Canadians with Estonian ethnicity include Kalle Lasna, Estonian Canadian filmmaker, author, magazine editor, and activist. What? Really? More you know. Estonian Canadian architect Elmar Dumbeld. Estonian Canadian architect. Okay, where are you guys taking our architects, bro? Total population 23,000. Estonian Americans. Oh yeah, fucking Franklin D. Roosevelt, descended from 17th century Talliner. Talliner colonists in New Amsterdam. Oh great. We fucking got involved in that too. That's great. That's really great to know. In entertainment, singer and actress Melissa Gorius was nominated for an Academy Award for her performance in the 1938 film The Great Waltz. She's always been my favorite. She's always been my favorite. Oh yeah, and then her as well. She also... What is her... Like, is her mom Estonian or something? Her mother was of Greek descent while her father was an Estonian. Oh yeah. Do you know that Domas Enriquez is active on Blue Sky? That makes sense. I can't believe this guy that I know in the US randomly ran into him because his friend's mom was dating him. And then he went to go visit his friend's family and then he was there. And he gave him like Estonia merch. I guess he just like he carries around like briefcases of Estonia merch. And hands it to people. Can you check this out? Onfim. Onfim was a boy who lived in the Russian city of Novgorod in the 13th century, sometime around 1220 or 1260. He left his notes and homework exercises scratched in soft birch bark, which was preserved in the clay soil of Novgorod. Onfim, who was most likely 6 or 7 at the time, wrote in the Old Novgorod dialect, a historical variety of Russian. Besides the letters and syllables, he drew battle scenes and drawings of himself and his teacher. Oh my god. One of Onfim's schoolwork doodles depicting himself as a horseman slaying a person. That is so cute. Onfim's homework exercises, and I'm a wild beast. That's kind of incredible. A child from a whole other time. Onfim left 17 known birch bark items. 12 of those have illustrations, 5 only text. One of the drawings features a knight on a horse, with Onfim's name written next to him, stabbing someone on the ground with a lance, with scholars speculating that Onfim pictured himself as the knight. The writings are learning exercises. Onfim practiced by writing out the alphabet, repeating syllables, and writing psalms, texts that were presumably familiar to him. Oh, bro, that is so sweet. He loved drawing. That's kind of really sweet, the idea of, I don't know, we're like kind of connecting to this child from 800 years ago. He left a mark. He left a mark in the world. It's crazy because I drew humans like that as a child too. Wait, look at this one. Think Onfim would fuck with Pink Panthers? I think Onfim would probably fuck with like Counter-Strike and Hardstyle. I think that would probably be like a more likely outcome. I have drawings like this made by my great-great-great-grandfather in the 19th century. Whoa. That's fucking awesome. The Owl House, not the acclaimed cartoon that aired on the Disney Channel. This is an outdoor museum that was created by a reclusive outsider artist who decorated her inherited house with over 300 glass and concrete sculptures of owls, camels, peacocks, pyramids, and other forms. Helen Martins. Antarctica. The continent is actually affected by the pandemic. Asia. If you listen to the new Fuckers album, no, should I? Should I tune in? What the fuck is this song? In the Air, Florida Will I Am. Hallstatt, China, an ongoing replica construction of a town in Austria. Okay, I am really fascinated by these towns that China has, where they're like trying to mimic like a certain part of the world. This is the original. It's really like fascinating to me. You been playing some bullshit? Dude, this song is not bullshit. Probably. Imsil Cheese Theme Park. I don't know. This place seems a little cheesy to me. A cheese-making demonstration at the Imsil Cheese Theme Park. Why is there not more pictures of the cheese? Missing post office where all the world's undeliverable post goes. What? All of it? Bro, probably a couple of my letters are in there. Oh. It's an artwork. Oh. Nothing in the world is real. The public is encouraged to send mail there, preferably on postcards. We should go ask for it back. We should storm the building and take our mail back. Do you know about this? Principality of Sealand is an unrecognized micronation on the HM Fort Ruffs, an offshore platform in the North Sea. Damn, that is a micronation if I've ever seen one. Number of residents 1. Claimed by Patty Roy Bates and Michael Bates. The flag. What's up, Loner Anthem?
What up?
What up? Peanut Hole, a delightfully named patch of ocean in the Sea of Okhotsk that is totally surrounded by Russia's EEZ, but not inside it. Oh. I thought it was going to be, I don't know, I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know what I was A Chinese temple most notable for having living snakes within its compounds. It also has a snake breeding area. Guys, I want to look. Viper snakes inside the temple. Where? I can't see it. How the hell did you watch Prisoners? Does Prisoners have a snake in it? Because if it does, I probably can't remember because I like looked away. I looked away. Like so many. Yeah, no, I don't remember that at all because I think I probably just like checked out. Same with like Sinners as well. Sinners, when it has the snake, I remember going like this and then probably missed like something really crazy in the movie. Europe. A supercomputer in a medieval chapel? A memorial to a reputed UFO landing in Sweden. No way. Barack Obama Plaza. Oh, and they built a fucking gas station. That's beautiful. A motorway service area. That's beautiful. That's a lake that only exists thanks to the wanton misuse of a plastic bucket. Butthole Road. A tiny residential street in the UK that was so infamous for its name that it became a tourist attraction. Bro, why would they call it this? Reminds me of a table and glass case where Obama and Bourdain visited. Oh yeah, I've seen about that. Because it's funny. Well, it worked out for them. They got... I fucking hate you, title. What the fuck? Fuck you. Like, why does that happen? Dumb Woman's Lane. A lane in East Sussex with a humorous name. Spike Milligan used to live there. And Paul McCartney wrote a poem about it. Ebenezer Place, the world's shortest street. Ebenezer Place, Wick, with Union Street to the right and River Street to the left. So it's just like this. It's just that little. Fugging. A village in Austria that used to be called Fucking, but changed its profane-sounding name after years of torment. Gammalsvenskby. A Swedish village populated by Swedes who speak an ancient Swedish dialect in Ukraine. Bro, they probably got confused. They looked at the flag and they were like, "Oh, we're home, yeah." Who's gonna tell them? Grope Cunt Lane. Listenberg, the European country most Americans can't point out on a map because it doesn't exist. Just vulgar. That made me stop rocking in my chair. A ski resort without snow. My fucking tap's still right. Yep, I mean, that's what it would look like. Whoa, it's sand. Can you look at this? Hold on, I gotta focus on this. Fare la scarpetta on Italian Wikipedia. Making the little shoe is a saying in Italian that the tradition of cleaning a plate with a piece of bread. A bundle of hesitation. Okay, let's fucking slow it down. A lump of reluctance is a word that refers to the last piece left on a platter as a result of people being shy around each other. Can't fucking... Skita i det blaskabet on Swedish Wikipedia. To shit in the blue cabinet is a Swedish idiotic expression. You know, these editors are not even trying to be impartial nowadays. This is fucking ridiculous. With the meaning to make a fool of yourself. Turnip. The term turnip refers to a film or other audiovisual work that the viewer watches without experiencing pleasure, by analogy with the vegetable of the same name whose taste is bland when it is overcooked. Too much grace, St. Anthony. Too much grace, St. Anthony. It is an exclamation used when you achieve more than you want and result in an outcome that is not positive. Technical weather is an expression for nice weather during working hours. Moon bald. The moon is a slang for a natural ball area on the head with a ring around it, resembling a pale moon with hair as the darker sky. Okay. Igloo rider is a term of the police in German-speaking Switzerland for a driver of a motor vehicle who has not sufficiently cleared the vehicle of snow and ice in the winter. Drowning in a glass of water. Colloquial saying in the Italian language used when a person surrenders to even minor difficulty, unable to handle the most trivial situation like drowning in the amount of water contained in a glass. I have like a really vivid memory of one time during school lunch, one of the kids at my table went like, "Can you drown in a bowl of soup, teacher?" And then the teacher was like, "You can drown in anything if you try hard enough." And then we just kept like trying to dare each other to try to drown ourselves in a bowl of soup. Because we were eating soup. Taking the rat taxi is saying for leaving a party without saying goodbye to those present. Taking the rat taxi. Faithless tomato is a proverbial saying that denotes a word-breaking or unliable person who does not keep appointments or promises, and has not answered letters or otherwise contacted in a long time. Ooh, I'm a bit of a tomato. I'm a bit of a tomato sometimes. Casual shoe tourist is a derogatory term. Oh my god, I'm sorry for saying it. Used to describe an experienced tourist who undertake hikes in the mountains or high mountains without appropriate equipment such as sturdy footwear or protective clothing. Casual shoe tourist. No arms, no chocolate is the key line in a funny story with black humor. Mom, can I have chocolate? There are some in the closet, so go serve you. But Mom, I can't, I don't have an arm. No arms, no chocolate. The line entered popular language and mocks parental arbitrariness. It highlights the absurdity of making fun of someone in the face of physical impossibility. So it's actually woke. It's woke, actually, is what it is. Dude, we've done some fucking streams to remember this week. Like a whole ass Wikipedia reading stream. This week's been a fucking movie. Making fun of people with disabilities is woke? No, it's making fun of the mom for making fun of the sun for having a disability.
White people be like,
It's commentary. It's French New Wave commentary. Skin Rod Slog. Ooh. Thank you, Skin Rod Slog, for the tier 1. I appreciate it. What the fuck? Sexy. Phoenician colony. An ancient ruins also known as Sex or X with several Roman-era suburbs, including Penis, Secordia, and Villa Fatus Maximus. Shit museum. It's actually a good museum. I'm going to look at the shit museum. Guys, there's no pictures. There's no pictures of the shit museum. Thank God. Bro, I went to Penis and everyone knew you. No? I mean, yeah, they would know me because I, you know, but no. No. Whip my whoop my gate. Whip my whoop my gate. Whites, London's oldest and most famous gentlemen's club, had several famous people as members, including King Charles III, Prince William, former Prime Minister David Cameron, and so on. Whites. Yeah, I believe it. Latin America and the Caribbean. Candido Godoy, a Brazilian town full of Germans that produces 5 times as many twins as the national average. The hell? Cherán, a Mexican town where residents decided to abolish and forcibly expel their own local government and police force in 2011 due to rampant corruption and ties to organized crime. They don't appear to have any regrets and received recognition from the Mexican government as a self-governing Purepecha indigenous community. It's interesting. Colonia Dignidad is actually disturbing. I wouldn't look at it on stream. A rural community in Chile that has a story that not even the most insane writer could think of. Brazilian town with beaches that are naturally radioactive. Oh, it looks it. It's a little green. I want to drink it. Friendship Park, San Diego, Tijuana, where people can shake hands and interact across the Mexico-United States border. Wait. John Lennon Park. Seen Justin Timberlake's arrest video? Yeah, we watched it. His delivery of white? I'm just messing. I'm just messing. Listening to the infamous man himself. Yeah, you know. I'm not gonna lie, Timbaland and Timberland. They made some magic together, I'll say it. Oh my god, wait. Is this the road I think it is? Bro, look at this. Would you drive on this road for $25? I think I could do it. I think I could drive on this road. Bro, look at that. That's scary. I'd eat poop for less. Like, nobody asked. You just said that for no fucking reason. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. North America, 11-foot 8+8 bridge. Is this the one where they drove into it repeatedly? I feel like I say that about every bridge. Oh yeah, also known as the can openers. It is that bridge. It's the bridge where they would fucking they would drive into it. And now every time I see a bridge like this, I think it's this one. A windowless skyscraper in New York and suspected NSA mass surveillance hub. Not suspicious at all. Wow. It is kind of like an insane piece of brutalist architecture, but it's also... The lack of windows is insane. I've never seen that building. It's right there between Tribeca and Little Italy. Floor count 29. Damn, that's crazy. AT&T Long Lines building. Canusa Street, a road that's both in Canada and USA. Well, I thought it was going to be like split down the middle, but I guess they don't do open borders like that. Crush, Texas. Temporary city established as the site of an 1896 publicity stunt, a staged train wreck. The wreck unexpectedly caused 2 deaths and numerous injuries among spectators. Clinton Road, New Jersey mention. In addition to having the longest traffic light in the country, the road is also notorious for reported occurrences of paranormal activity. What? What do they mean by longest traffic light? That doesn't look that long. That road is scary as fuck. Ghost Boy Bridge. There's a legend that if someone puts a quarter in the middle of the road at one of the bridges over Clinton Brook, Dead Man's Curve near the reservoir, at midnight it will supposedly be returned by the ghost of a boy who drowned while swimming or had fallen in while sitting on the edge of the bridge. I mean, honestly, after watching Paranormal Activity, I'll fucking believe anything. You know what I mean? I feel like that shit actually somehow made me a believer. And I don't know why. Donald J. Trump State Park. The most tremendous, fantastic, amazing state park you've ever seen. The media wants to say it has poor upkeep. It should be renamed, that it's not even a real state park. But they're all liars and very bad people. Where is this? Created 2006. Open, no. They closed it down. Bro, even his fucking park went bankrupt? How's that fucking possible? Like, just fucking, like, open the gate, bro. Like, what are you talking about? That's insane. Dude chilling park. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yes. Oh. There's a dude chilling. Not to be confused with Guy Standing Park. You know, you're a fucking piece of shit, because his wife literally said that they're pretty annoying. Making fun of his name, okay? Mods, you know, fucking permaban this shit. I'm dead serious. You can't fucking harass a guy like that. E-BART, an extension of the BART system that, despite functioning as its own railway line and is powered by unique diesel trains, is officially shown as an extension of the Yellow Line. Man, the Californians love to talk about BART. I've known some people that told me about BART. Florence Y'all Water Tower. A brick wall in Seattle burdened by chewing gum, cleaned in 2015 only to be turned into a memorial for Paris. Whoa. Habitat 67. A futuristic residential complex built in the 1960s that resembles a mass of cuboids haphazardly bounced on top of each other. Oh! Dude, I saw this. This is called Habit. I saw this. I saw this. I walked past this. And I was like, what the fuck is that? At the time of my life, I never felt this way before. I saw it from this angle. Guys, I've been here. I've been there. Hans Island, a deserted Arctic island fought over by Canada and the Kingdom of Denmark for decades. We can't even, well, there's nothing to do on here. Oh my God, actually, you know what I'd do? I would get a sled and I go, oh! You know what I mean? Colonial bitches be fighting over anything? No, that's true. Hawaii, too. A quaint island in Maine purchased by Cards Against Humanity. Does this shit still exist? Are people still buying Cards Against Humanity packs? They donate to stuff? Yes, and it still sucks. Dude, Cards Against Humanity, when you and your fucking Skype friend group would be like, let's play Cards Against Humanity. And it would be the most lit night of all time. I don't even want to know what those cards said. Whenever I go over to normie friends' houses, it shows up. Jimmy Carter peanut statue. No fucking way. Well, I guess they got to rename this. It's the burnt peanut statue now. Loving County, Texas. The least populated county in the United States with only 64 residents. Well, clearly they're not loving enough. You know what I mean? Molly's Nipple. The name of multiple places in Utah, including at least one butt. Who the hell's Molly? Ned Flanders Crossing. Forget North Korea. The wealthiest city in Minnesota has absolutely no street view. I think I saw a video about this recently. I don't know if it was actually this, but I think it actually might have been this. Where some guy like flew a drone in here and created the street view for it. And then like a week later, it was removed. Like the residents removed it, I think. I guess they really don't want to know. They don't want people to know what goes on in North Oaks, Minnesota. Slab City, California. A massive off-the-grid trailer park on a former military base in the Sonoran Desert. How big is it? Oh my God, that's where this is? This is in GTA 5, bro. Not to be that guy. But this is in GTA 5. This mountain, this little hill. Remember Link from Rhett went I remember Link from Rhett went there. Odd Eye Circle went there. It's also in the Praying Kesha music video. Wait, that's true. I remember that. I remember that. World's littlest skyscraper. The result of fraudulent investment scheme. It's a 4-story brick building constructed in 1920 in downtown Wichita, Texas, that only has one room on each of its floors. All right, we're calling anything a skyscraper nowadays. Oceania. A bridge in Perth that has been hit by trucks 50 times between 20. Is this another one? Is this? Oh my God, bro. That is crazy low. That's like an insanely low bridge, even compared to the other one. I feel like if I walked under it, I'd come close to hitting my head. Concrete bus shelters in Canberra. These brutalist cylindrical bus shelters are an icon of Australia's capital city. Wait, I kind of love them. I do like when, like, bus stops are, there's actual, like, thought put into the design of them. I think it adds a lot of personality to a city or whichever location they're in. An island that was created in 2015 after a volcano erupted between two islands and connected them until another volcanic explosion in 2022 split them up again. No! No! Bring them back together. Oh. What? Wait, this is like a... Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't separate them. Don't do it. It's the longest fucking GIF I've ever watched in my life. Hold on, guys. We're almost in 2022 when the big breakup happens. Well, that was fucking fast. Guys, it takes years to build something that can be destroyed in seconds. Let that fucking let that sink in. Let that sink in right fucking now on everything. A lake where jellyfish have evolved without stingers due to lack of predators. Wait, that's kind of fun. That means you can, like, I don't know, you probably shouldn't touch them. Golden and spotted jellyfish comparison. Note the loss of spots, color, and greatly reduced clubs in the golden jellyfish from Jellyfish Lake. Wait, it's cute. $90-mile beach, a 55-mile beach. That's good. Pink Lake, a lake that is naturally pink but suddenly turned blue in 2010. You're not going to put a picture of it when it was pink? The gender reveal lake? No, literally. History? Oh my god, bro. I realized we're like 10% through the page. We're 10% through this Wikipedia article. That's a real coat of arms? Bollocks. Bollocks. What era should we go to? Wait. What the fuck? Oh my god, I have heard about this. A Latvian duchy's little-known colonial empire consisting of bits of land along the Gambia River and the island of Tobago. Bro, how the fuck did they do this? Oh my god, they even took a fucking piece of land that looks like Latvia a little bit. Wait, that is Latvia. I was like, what? I was like, why does it look exactly like Latvia? How do they do that? How do they find a piece of land that looks exactly like Latvia? Why does Prezzo got a wiki feed? Because Prezzo used to get like crazy perverts watching him. I won't even lie. A woman who killed several people in duels, burned down a convent to escape it with her girlfriend, was sentenced to death, then joined the Paris Opera, all before dying at only 33 years old. Hey, I bet Timothée Chalamet is glad she's dead. He would be in trouble. De Bogny's first partner was Louis de Lorraine. Wait, what a fucking fit. Opera roles created. Magician. Okay. Love Day. Can holding hands and going to church end a civil war? Turns out no. Yep. When the people of Brussels protested against their rulers by building satirical and pornographic snowmen. Fascinating. Okay, all right, can I see him? Nope. Then nobody managed to paint that historic moment. Nottingham Cheese Riot, a riot that broke out in Nottingham in 1766 over Lincolnshire merchants buying Nottingham cheese with the intent of selling it to Lincolnshire. '19th century. Goodbye, Cherry Case. Oh, itching your eye feels so good sometimes. American Civil War widows who survived into the 21st century. 4 women achieved this feat through very large age gaps with their husbands. Well, that's depressing. Great Stink. A London summer so smelly it prompted government action. Charles J. Guiteau, the strangest man to ever assassinate a U.S. president. Highlight, the self-penned poem from the point of view of a child that he wrote for his execution. I think I've read a little bit about this guy. Kentucky Meat Shower. Or Shower. This could be very different. Hold on. Oh, the Kentucky meat shower was an incident that occurred for a period of several minutes between 11 a.m. and 12 noon on March 3rd, 1876, where what appeared to be chunks of red meat fell from sky in a 100 by 50 yard area near Olympia Springs. Wait, how did that happen, though? Despite various theories, the exact cause of the Kentucky meat shower remains a subject of speculation and mystery. I was there for that. It was crazy. You're so old that it's like low-key creepy that you're even here. But that's okay. Watermelon riot. A deadly... Who farted? A deadly riot that unfolded over a stolen slice of watermelon. November 9th in German history. Several extremely major German historical events ranging from 1848 to 1989 all happened on the same day of the year. Are There Men on the Moon? An essay written by Winston Churchill in 1942 about the possibility of alien life. Oh, Christmas truce. An unofficial armistice in World War I where nations celebrate Christmas and played football. I remember reading about this. Crocker Land Expedition. An expedition to a non-existent island created to swindle a businessman. George Crocker. Guys, do any of you have a George Foreman grill? What the hell is a George Foreman grill? It's a grill? What do you grill on it? Anything? Just a mini grill that's angled so the fat drains into a little thing. The thing that Michael grills his foot on in the office? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Oh, this guy. We talked about this guy once. We talked about Charles joking. I'm just joking. A Chinese man who founded a cult and declared himself Emperor of China in the 1980s. An Argentine national who was the first person to be born in Antarctica. Is Phineas Gage in this list? Why did it stop again? Was an American railroad construction foreman remembered for his improbable survival of an accident in which a large iron rod was driven completely through his head, destroying much of his brain's left frontal lobe. Wait a minute. Can I get my music back, please? Can I get music? He had a total personality change. He was also known for injuries reported effects on his personality and behavior over the remaining 12 years of his life. What is Wikipedia list called? It's called Unusual Articles. What the hell? I gotta restart my fucking title. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, no, don't take my volume bar. Oh, shit. Oh, well, hold up. Now I think it took my volume bar. Title sounds poop. Yeah, I don't have a volume bar now. Great. Fucking amazing. I can't change it, whatever. I don't need to. It was a perfect volume. Is it louder now? I can't tell. What song is this? Dead Mouse? at Jay-Z do something? No, literally. This album was okay. I don't know how I've ended up here. This is the album I'm listening to it on. The best chart album in the world ever. The best chart album in the world ever. Oh wait, it's got We Are the People by Empire of the Sun, dude. Did I miss any subs? Sing Corporea. Oh, fuck, dude. I think I missed a few. Sing Corporea, Nolacy, Loner Anthem. Thank you. Thank you for the subs. Oh, wait, I lost. Ah, shit. No, I remember where we were. Dick Bong. Did you guys see that? Dick Bong? Anybody else see that? Dick Bong. The most successful American fighter pilot's legal name was Richard, but he only ever went by the name Dick Bong. Dick Bong. Wait, I think we went past where we were. Yeah. Need to suck off Dick Bong. Ooh, 21st century. This is where we live, guys, in case you didn't know. Assassination of Shinzo Abe. The Great Canadian Maple Syrup Heist. Thieves stole 3,000 tons of it. How? They get like a big truck? Over the course of several months between 2011 and 2012, the contents of 9,571 barrels, valued at $18.7 million, were stolen in a suspected insider job. How do you even move that much maple syrup, bro? Who do you sell it to? The fuck? Norwegian butter crisis. A massive inflation of butter prices caused illegal smuggling and an emergency appeal from a Danish television show. The Norwegian butter crisis began in late 2011. Damn, nothing's happened this century. Am I like, guys, we live in the most boring fucking time of all time. A special agent in the FBI, he'd investigate Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, but quit due to internal politics. He then took up a job at the World Trade Center in 2001. Quote from his friend on hearing that he'd taken the job. At least they're not going to bomb it again. His reply, they'll probably try to finish with the job. Well, he was right. Please watch this.
Hi. My name is Tommy. I'm a singer and a celebrity and a famous bloggers from Norway. Some of you may know that we have a butter crisis in Norway right now.
What the hell?
Which,
how did I miss this?
Basically means that we can't get any butter from the store. But I have noticed that some of your comedians in USA are making fun of the fact that we don't have any butter products. Then I want to ask you this. What if it was you that didn't have any butter? What if I came home to you and took your butter from your refrigerator, and took your butter away from you on any other day? Yes, and let's not shove it under the mat. We all know that American people are pretty overweight. How would you feel?
Oh shit.
What about your sweet potatoes and your
trinkets? 2 trinkets. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Cream and your
thank you.
Stocking then. Do you know what this is?
Margarine.
This is a traditional box of Norwegian butter.
Oh.
Let's look inside.
Oh.
It's hardly empty. Do you know what's approaching? Christmas is approaching. How do you think we feel? Do you know what the national Christmas cake in Norway is? It's something called lusekatte. Pussycats in English. Do you know what the main ingredients in lusekatte is? Butter. Do you think this is enough for all the Christmas cakes that I was gonna make in Christmas? No. So fuck you, American people, because you don't know how it feels being without butter in Christmas time. And I ask again, what if it was you who didn't have butter? Would you go ask the neighbor? Oh no, that's right. The neighbor doesn't have butter either. Nobody in the whole white fucking country has butter. I will come to your house. I will go to your your refrigerator. I will take your butter out of your fridge. I will eat the butter in front of you and your family's
This
eyes.
would never happen in Estonia, to be honest. If there's one thing we have, it's butter.
I force you to watch me while I eat all your butter that you were gonna have on Christmas Eve. You will beg and cry and say, no, don't eat all our butter. We need for Christmas. I will say, haha, not my problem. I take the empty bottle, I will throw it on the stairway. I will go home. And by the way, for all your Danish people, what if we came and take all your red, disgusting sausage? I don't mean to be violent, I just have to paint it out so you understand that it's not very nice. We are a country in need, and this is the thank. Thank you very much.
Damn, I didn't realize it was that serious. The Norwegian butter crisis. I never heard about this. I feel like that low-key shows how little we think about Norway outside of like people going there to work construction. I never heard about this. Never reached me. Mathematics and numbers. Oh yeah. Dates and timekeeping. Year 2038 problem. There's no fucking way. We got another one coming up. The computing problem that will arise due to the Unix time representation used on many computers. You gotta be fucking shitting me. These people are fucking stupid. They didn't think about this. They were like, we're not gonna be alive in 38 years. Y2038, Y2K38, Y2K38 superbug. Ussy. The world has many holes, and there's a suffix for them all. Ussy. Calzone could be called a pizzussy. Dick joke. In comedy, a dick joke, dork joke, penis joke, cock joke, or knob joke is a joke that makes a direct indirect reference to a human penis, known as slang parlance as a dick. Also used an umbrella term for dirty jokes. The famous quote from Mae West, "Is that a gun in your pocket or are you just excited to see me?" Classic. Sex comedy. I feel like I'm going to click on one. It's just going to be full-on picture of a hole. Capitalization of the internet. There's internet and internets. Internets, also known as the internets, is a Bushism. Oh my god, Bushisms are fucking hilarious. I won't even lie. Cyrillic letter that looks exactly the same as the Latin letter S. Dork in my jork. Hey, what the... The alphabet is named after its creators. Wow. What a duo. Repetition gone wrong. James, while John had a better effect on the teacher. Specific languages, dialects, and pigeons. Big Namba's language, a language named after the Wanautan tribe's penis sheaths. Oh, unusual names. Love this one. Dick Assman. Dick Assman. Richard Arthur Assman was a Canadian gas station employee whose name propelled him to celebrity status across North America for 4 months in 1995. Wait, he was the Alex from Target of the 90s. Oh my god, Dick Assman is dead. Dick Assman is dead. Oh. Hairy balls. Hairy balls. CHD buys ballot. Praise God Barebone. Bishop. Dick Bong. Bumpy Bumpus. Dick Butkus. Dick Butkus was an American professional football linebacker. It's always Richards just doing this to themselves. They always just fucking, they have to go with Dick. Texas Battle from the Prezzo and Aksually watch Final Destination movie night. Is that real? Seymour Cox. Bro, he looks like he's seen some more cocks. Bum Fardo. Wait a minute, what? Bum Fardo was an American fire chief and convicted drug dealer. Preserved fish. FM 2030. Gregor Fucka. John LeFucker. Gag name. Wait, that's low-key a gag. John Be Good Enough. Curtis Hidden Page. I'm a hog. I'm a hog. Huang Hong Cheng. Ah Cheng from Taiwan, world's greatest man, god of wealth and president. Oh, that's a mouthful. Jennifer 8th Lee. Because, I don't know. I can't remember if they do this in English. I don't know why I can remember, but in Estonia, if you put a dot after it, it turns into 8th. I don't know why I can't remember if that's a thing in English or not. Mostly because I feel like people, you see the TH, the RD. Mananafned. Mananafned. Naming law in Sweden. Neville. Meta world peace. Manly power. Bong Marcos. Pro-life. A perennial political candidate with strongly held views. Pro-life. Like, you gotta get a hobby, bro. You need a hobby. We are praying for you to find a hobby. Pro-life has 15 children. Pro-life is a vegetarian. Rinderkennzeichnungs- und Rindfleischischgetickrungsüberwachung als Aufgabenübertragungsgesetz. Oh yeah, Tokyo Sex Whale. Which I don't think it's pronounced like sex whale. But he was like a guy that worked at FIFA. And when like, I mean, it's still like a horribly corrupt organization. But it was like when there was a huge magnifying glass on it. Every time they talked about it, they had to talk about Tokyo Sex Whale. Gaylord Silly. I didn't realize some of y'all had a Wikipedia article. Mansfield Smith Cumming. Dick Sweat. Oh yeah, guy standing. There he is. And he's not even sitting. I mean, he's not even standing. Who is that? Hello? Who the hell was that? Dick Trickle. Donald L. Trump. Hubert Blaine Wolfeschlagel Steinhausen Bergerdorf. Marijuana Pepsi Van Dyck. Ooh, science. Guys, also this is all going to be on the quiz at the end of the stream. And if you score below 50%, you're permabanned. You're permabanned. Physics envy. When the social sciences are infused with mathematics and physics-like principles. The ultimate list of spoilers. Also give... Whoa, oh, this is like one of those videos where it's like everything you'll miss. Yeah, you know, like... Oh. Are you fucking kidding me? What is happening? Why can't I listen to music? Oh. Hold on, do I still have my mix that I paid $1 for? Oh my god, my mix that I paid $1 for. I think this is it. Yeah, Young Groove. I paid $1 for this mix. Just for moments like this. friend gave me a player today to burn CDs. I'm so excited to make some. Oh, that's fun. How much did you pay for this mix? I paid $1. Physics. Earth sciences. Hold on. Try not to dance challenge? Try not to move challenge? I'm failing. Let me turn it down a little bit, just a tad. There we go. Gore effect. Nah, I'm not a nerd. I don't care about any of this shit. Medicine and health. Accessory breast. Some people have more than 2. Anal wink. Here's looking at you. Black hairy tongue. Jogger's nipple. Click on anal wink. This is in the name of... There's no picture. The anal wink, anal reflex, perineal reflex, anacutaneous reflex is the reflexive contraction of the external anal sphincter upon stroking the skin around the anus. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Ugh. Old person smell. Peanut butter test. Uncombable hair syndrome, not just a bad hair day. Uncombable hair syndrome is a rare structural anomaly of the hair with a variable degree of effect. It is characterized by hair that is silvery, dry, frizzy, wiry, and impossible to comb. Wait, that looks kind of lit though. Weenus. Oh, what the hell was that? Okay, don't worry, guys. It's the elbow. It was an elbow. It wasn't a penis. It was an elbow. It's the weenus. If you knew DNP lore, you'd know. The only lore I know is NSP, Ninja Sex Party. Nah, just kidding. Well, not. I do know. I do know it. I do know it. Scrotal inflation. Individual patients and staff. Only person ever to witness a woman being impregnated by a bullet? What? James Harrison, an Australian man whose 1,173 blood donations have saved over 2.5 million babies. An American man known for having blue skin, Paul Carrison. Carrison had light skin and freckles until the early 1990s. His skin turned blue after he began taking homemade colloidal silver treatment and rubbing a silver preparation on his skin in an attempt to treat problems with his sinuses, dermatitis, acid reflux, and other issues. This caused him to develop argyria. He's dead. Yeah, 2013. Benjamin Kyle found naked and unconscious outside a Burger King dumpster, where he derived his new alias from. He doesn't remember 20 years of his life, or how he ended up in Georgia from Colorado. What? Oh, how did that happen? Guy who had the longest beard in history. That's pretty long. That is pretty fucking long, I'll be honest. He was born in Norway and immigrated to the United States in 1867. Later on in his life, he began growing a beard as part of a contest, and he won the contest. That shit probably smelled so bad. True. A woman with the inability to feel fear due to damage to the amygdala. A man in India with a 13-inch tail? Wait, I gotta see this. Wait, is he using like... Oh my god, there's an actual baby's bottom on the screen right now. Wait, he actually... it's an actual tail. I hate the idea of having a tail. Whenever I think about my tailbone, I get really scared. Ooh, Robert Wadlow. I know Robert Wadlow. Well, not personally, but I've read about Robert Wadlow. Tallest man to have ever lived. Front of postcard of Robert Wadlow left with average size father right. Read the Tarare article. A Frenchman with an insatiable appetite who made a show out of his ability to eat just about anything, including allegedly a toddler. This y'all's favorite? Tarare, 1772 to 1798. Sometimes spelled Tarare, was a French showman, soldier, and spy noted for his unusual appetite and eating habits. Able to eat vast amounts of meat, he was constantly hungry. His parents could not provide for him, and he was turned out of the family home as a teenager. He traveled around France in the company of a band of prostitutes and thieves before becoming the warm-up act for a traveling charlatan. In this act, he swallowed corks, stones, live animals, and a whole basket full of apples. He then took this act to Paris, where he worked as a street performer. At the start of the war of the First Coalition, Tarare joined the French Revolutionary Army, where even quadrupling the standard military ration was unable to satisfy his large appetite. He ate any food available from gutters and rubbish heaps, but his condition deteriorated through hunger, and he was hospitalized due to exhaustion. He became the subject of a series of medical experiments to test his eating capacity, in which, among other things, he ate a meal of it intended for 15 people in a single sitting. Ate live cats, snakes, lizards, and puppies. What? You don't have to do this. I get it. Like, you gotta eat, but like, you don't gotta do this part. and swallowed eels whole without chewing. Despite his unusual diet, he was underweight and, except for his eating habits, showed no signs of mental illness other than what was described as an apathetic temperament. Normal French person. General Alexandre de Beauharnais decided to put Tarar's ability to military use and employed him as a courier for the French army with the intention that he would only swallow documents, pass through enemy lines, and recover them from his stool once safely at his destination. Ugh. On his first mission, he was captured by Prussian forces, severely beaten and subjected to a mock execution before being returned to the French lines. Chastened by this experience, he agreed to submit any procedure that might cure his appetite. The procedures failed, and the doctors could not keep him on a controlled diet. He snuck out of the hospital to scavenge for offal in gutters, rubbish heaps, and outside butcher shops, and attempted to drink the blood of other patients in the hospital while they were bloodletting, and to eat the corpses in the hospital's morgue. After being suspected of eating a 1-year-old toddler, he was ejected from the hospital. So they just said, "Shoo, get out of here. You just ate a toddler. That's BM. Get out of here." He reappeared 4 years later in Versailles with a case of severe tuberculosis and died shortly afterwards, following a lengthy bout of exudative diarrhea. Despite his unusual diet, Tarare was slim and of average height. At the age of 17, he weighed only about 100 pounds, 45 kilograms. He was described as having unusually soft, fair hair and abnormally wide mouth, roughly 4 inches between his jaws when his mouth was fully extended, in which his teeth were heavily stained and on which the lips were almost invisible. When he had not eaten, his skin hung so loosely that he could wrap the fold of his skin from his abdomen around his waist. When full, his abdomen distended like a huge balloon. The skin of his cheeks was wrinkled and hung loosely, and when stretched out, he could hold 12 eggs or apples in his mouth. What? 12 eggs or apples? Bro, this guy would have fucking killed it at the Chubby Bunny Challenge. No, literally, Tulip Cup. Robert Eggers, I have your next film project. His body was hot to the touch and he sweated heavily. He constantly had a foul body odor. He was described as smelling to such a degree that he could not be endured within the distance of 20 paces. The smell became noticeably worse after he had eaten. His eyes and cheeks became bloodshot. A visible vapor rose from his body, and he became lethargic, during which time he belched noisily, and his jaw made swallowing motions. He had chronic diarrhea, which was said to be fetid beyond all conception. Despite his large intake of food, he did not appear to either vomit excessively or to gain weight. Aside from his eating habits, his contemporaries saw no apparent signs of mental illness or unusual behavior. Military service. Tarare was called by Bahar to demonstrate his abilities before gathering of the commanders of the Army of Rhine. Having swallowed the box successfully, Tarare was given a wheelbarrow filled with 30 pounds, 14 kilograms of raw bull's lungs and liver as a reward, which he immediately ate in front of the assembled generals. Following the successful demonstration, Tarare became employed officially as a spy of the Army of the Rhine, although the de Beauharnais was convinced of Terrar's physical capacity to carry messages internally, he was concerned about his mental state and initially reluctant to entrust him with significant military documents. I just can't believe that, like, this guy's, you know, you're waiting for your document. This guy pulls up and he's like, all right, hold on. I got to go take a shit. And then you got to, like, read his, like, poop-stained envelope. The fuck? Terrare. Probably painful to poop out too. Yeah, that's true. Anton syndrome. People who are blind but convinced they can see. Dancing mania. Unknown forces caused large groups of people to dance hysterically until dropping from exhaustion in multiple incidents in Europe from the 13th to 17th centuries. Electromagnetic hypersensitivity. Isn't this what Chuck had in Better Call Saul? Oh, something like that. There's an Elden Ring enemy based on a dancing mania thing. Being clinically disappointed by Paris. Classic, dude. Never forget. Paris syndrome is a sense of extreme disappointment exhibited by many individuals when visiting Paris who feel that the city does not live up to their expectations. It's fucking true. It's true, to be honest. Millions of perfectly sane people are having freakish hallucinations and just not admitting it. Visual release hallucinations, also known as Charles Bonnet syndrome or CBS, a type of psychophysical visual disturbance in which a person with partial or severe blindness experiences visual hallucinations. People with significant vision loss may have vivid, recurrent visual hallucinations. These can vary greatly in apparent size, sometimes Lilliputian, smaller than normal, thank you, and in other cases enlarged or expansive. Hallucinating is low-key fucking crazy. It's like an insane experience. The couple times that it's happened to me, I've been like, it's kind of unbelievable. It's one of those things where when it's happening, you kind of like don't even want to believe it's a hallucination because you can't believe that it's happening. You know what I mean? Animals. What is this? Jenny Hanover. Cats. This cat has really big ears. What the fuck? The largest cow ever shown in England. Craven Heifer. 1807 to 1812 was a cow which lived in the early 19th century and remains the largest cow ever shown in England. Craven Heifer weighed 4,370 pounds, 1,980 kilograms. Was 11 feet, 3.4 meters long, 5'3", 1.6 meters tall, and had a girth of 10 feet, 3.1 meters. That's fucking insane. Arctic ground squirrel, the squirrel that freezes itself solid. Do you really want to know what your fancy perfume was made from? Ambergris or gray amber is a solid, waxy, flammable substance of a dull gray or blackish color produced in the digestive system of sperm whales. Well, it smells good as fuck. I'll say it. Human, an article that reads as if non-humans wrote it. Humans are the most common and widespread species of primate, and the only extant species of the genus Homo. They are great apes characterized by hairlessness, obligate bipedality, manual dexterity with opposable thumbs, precision grip, and high intelligence. Humans have large brains compared to body size, enabling more advanced cognitive skills. Hey, some humans. Some humans who got that shit on. You know what I mean? They got that shit on. An Australian animal which has developed a habit of posing for selfies with humans. Oh, the quokka. I think we like watched a video on this animal once. Hey, Grumpy Cat. Grumpy Cat, bro. A legend. Conan. Javier Milei's dog cloned after his death to create puppy political advisors. Milei claimed he and Conan met in a previous life as a Roman gladiator and lion. A lobster weighing 20 pounds estimated to be 140 years old. Why, you got no picture of him? Harambe. Rest in peace, Harambe. Hoover, a seal which talked. Hoover the talking seal. Was a harbor seal who was able to imitate basic human speech. Began to utter phrases such as, "Hello there, come over here," in a thick New England accent. Play the audio. What? That's him? Hold on. It literally does sound like fucking German, bro. What the fuck? It's really gross. I'm glad it's dead. No offense. What the fuck? Hoover the Seal died in 1985. Germa born 1985. A rooster that lived for 18 months with its head cut off. I remember reading about this back in the day. An exceptionally tall duck that lived on the University of York campus before disappearing in 2024. It's pretty tall. A 5-year-old clam that was killed when scientists opened its shell to see how old it was. Bruh. Moodang fell the fuck off. True. Barack Obama, a horse named after the United States president that was euthanized at his big race. What the fuck? A tortoise that was present during the bombardment of Sevastopol during the Crimean War in 1854 and survived until 2004? Oh my fucking God. Snippy sounds scary as hell. Cattle mutilation is one thing, but a horse found missing all of its flesh above the shoulders is quite another. What the? Individual elephants. Mary makes the phrase hung like an elephant take on a whole new meaning. Oh, I know what that is. Ahaha, ahaha, ahaha is a species of Australian wasp. Love people with tortoises. Was walking through a neighborhood and someone made a plaque with the history and age of the tortoise on the fence of the front yard it was in. Wait, that's fucking awesome. Gamergate. A gamergate is a mated worker ant that can reproduce sexually. It's not the gamergate I know. A flower named after North Korean leader Kim Jong-il by a Japanese botanist. That's a beautiful flower, I gotta say. Dude, we're still not even halfway through, bro. 300-page iPhone bill. AT&T's mobility's billing policy for the first iPhone gave a real sense of how much money was being wasted on paper and printer ink. Oh my God. Is that iJustine? Wait. That's kind of iconic, having a whole Wikipedia article made on your video.
I have an iPhone, and I had to switch to AT&T. Okay, that's wonderful. Well, I got my first AT&T bill. Right here. In a box. What's things inside here?
Wait, I love the music. It's a nice touch. Well, she better have paid it.
Pages.
Use e-billing, save a forest. Raw interview of a blogger who got 300-page iPhone bill. That's cool. That's very cool. Bad Dragon. Products that put fantasy and sexual fantasy. Oh. Cow in a can. Moo box. Hygiene and sanitation. Toilets in Japan have some special features. And Ludwig's house. And Ludwig's house. Female urination device used by women when needing or wanting to pee standing up. Hotel toilet paper folding. Interactive urinal. A talking urinal made for advertising purposes. Fatberg. A congealed lump of fat and non-biodegradable buildup in sewer systems. A 250-meter long, 140-ton specimen was discovered in London in September 2017. That's fucking awesome. Aglet. Aglet. Bodie McBoatface. Damn, they really got every fucking article in the world. .su, how a piece of Soviet Union's internet is not only still online, but also in use to this day. Wait, that's fascinating. That is... Gay femboy. Baseball metaphors for sex. Boys are stupid, throw rocks at them controversy. T-shirt slogan aimed towards young women, rocks aimed towards young men. Cultural history of the buttocks. Nose picking. Yup, checks out. The fuck? Most viewed photograph in all of human history is the default wallpaper for Windows XP. Yup. Let's get a look at it. Oh, I gotta hand it to him. What a fucking photograph. What an absolutely brilliant photograph. What's up, Ahmed? How can I help you? Was he on drugs? Was he autistic? Did he do it out of curiosity? Did he run out of material? Was he dissing Basquiat? Why did he paint with his piss? A man who paints with his genitalia. If you had to go back in time to meet 1 to 4 most influential people or long gone relative, who would you meet and why and how? I would meet public universal friend. And I would say, I read about you. In the future, I read about you. And how? And how? I don't know. That's supposed to come with the question. You're supposed to give me the tools. I don't know how. I guess I'm not going. I don't know how to do it. How is in what the setting? Rave. The friend would try to convert you to become a Quaker. And I would lead the friend on and say, I'm interested, but really I want to like contribute to the Wikipedia article. No raves back then, bro. You don't know that. Finding the art in things that are still maintained despite being useless. Turnip Prize, the prize that satirizes modern art by giving awards to low-effort collections of junk. Comics and animation. Holy fuck, they actually have everything. You've been meaner ever since your glasses broke? That's not even true. Homosexuality in the Batman franchise. Academic study of the Batman franchise has involved gay interpretation since at least 1954, when psychiatrist Frederick Wertham asserted in his book Seduction of the Innocent that Batman's stories are psychologically homosexual. Several characters in the modern age Batman comic books are expressly gay, lesbian, or bisexual. Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson in two side-by-side beds. Morning, and it begins like any other routine morning in the lives of millionaire Bruce Wayne and his ward, Dick Grayson. Ah, that was a good sleep. Come on, Dick. A cold shower, a big breakfast, and then down to the Batcave to repair the Batmobile. I'm way ahead of you. Yeah, no, they're gay. I would say they're gay. Why Bruce erect? God damn, he's packing. He's got his Bruce out. Literature. The story of a man who creates ... is out of raws. It is never explained nor raw means. Was this man also William Shakespeare? This novel's so random. Wait, what did Hillary just show up? Hawking Index. Are you one of the 1.9% who have read Hillary Clinton's Hard Choices from cover to cover? Oh, shit. Nobody fucking read this. Is a mock mathematical measure on how far people will on average read through a book before giving up. Damn. Catching Fire, 43.4%. The Great Gatsby, 28.3%. 50 Shades of Grey, 25.9%. A fictional dish with quite a long name. Lopadote makosalako kaleo craniole pals notri imo hipotrimotas ilofio caropomelito kata chimeno kichlepikosi fopafato peristerak electriono tokephalio kiklogepileo lagoyos siraio pafe Dragonoptera Gone. Nailed it. Oh my god, I did it. That's your title, bro. Instruments. A playable violin made out of blackstone. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Biomusic. Music made by non-humans. Chap hop. Rap music about being English in the 19th century. Crabcore. How many bits to become a permanent Twitch chat mod? $5,000 worth. You don't buy power in this chat unless you're really paying for it. We're only corrupt for the real big prices. What is Ram Ranch? I don't actually know what it is. Ram Ranch. Oh, it's just a song? Ram Ranch is a song by Canadian musician Grant MacDonald released in 2012. It is a song with explicit lyrics about a large orgy of gay cowboys taking place at the titular ranch. The song was originally created by MacDonald as a protest against radio stations based in Nashville, Tennessee, which rejected his previous country music for having homosexual themes. I didn't realize that. Bye, Canadian. Tetris, a Eurodance version of the Tetris theme. Cool. Can we listen to Ram Ranch? Ram Ranch. Is this the right version?
18 naked cowboys in the shower.
Is this someone's cover? The fuck? Where's the original? Why is the original not on YouTube? What is going on? Is this it? Oh yeah, this has got to be it. Okay, hold on, let me...
18 naked cowboys in the shower.
This isn't the original either. It is? What, do you use like a webcam mic?
Showers at Ram Ranch. Big hard throbbing cocks wanted to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks. Hot, hard, buff cowboys, their cocks throbbing hard. 18
Hard.
wild cowboys out in the yard.
Out in the
Bulging
yard.
Cocks ever so hard. Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big hard throbbing cocks. Ram and cowboy butt. Like a breed of ram wanting to rut. Big hard throbbing cocks. Getting sucked real deep. Cowboys even getting fucked in their sleep. Ram Ranch, it rocks. Cowboys love big hard throbbing cocks. 18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big herd throbbing cocks wanted to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks. Hot, hard, buff cowboys, their cocks throbbing hard. 18 more wild cowboys out in the yard. Big bulging cocks ever so hard. Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big heart throbbing cocks. Ram and cowboy butt. Like a breed of ram wanting to rut.
Oh, we're not even halfway.
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big hard throbbing cocks wanted to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks.
I've never heard this much of it. Me neither. I've heard like the first like 30 seconds max.
Big hard throbbing cocks getting sucked real deep. Cowboys even getting fucked in their sleep. Ram Ranch, it rocks. Cowboys love big hard throbbing cocks.
Cowboys love big hard throbbing cocks. Wait. We're about to get a beat switch. Never mind.
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big hard throbbing cocks wanting to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys.
Ay. I think he just looped it. Bro, what the fuck am I getting recommended, bro? Paul Allen's mix. Ambient jungle DMB mix. Paul Allen's mix. Bow, 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 bow. Would you go to Ram Ranch for $15,000? Yeah, I would. I would go to Ram Ranch. I would. Would you go for free? Why not? I'm young. How the fuck do I get over not smoking weed for 2 weeks? By not smoking for 3 weeks. You know what I mean? That's usually how you get over it. Maybe chew some gum. Chew some gum. Can you watch tasting history? Okay, we can do one tasting history video because I promised at the start of the stream. What should we watch? Brutal Life of a Medieval Butcher? Nikola Tesla's Weird Eating Habits? Chocolate wine. I've never seen this channel, but it looks fun. It's awesome. It's basically this amazing millennial gay man makes a meal from history and then tells you about it. Search his channel for Estonia. There's nothing. Is this us? Tort bread. I gotta leave for this. I'm actually getting so fucking hungry. Fuck it, Nikola Tesla's weird eating habits.
Nikola Tesla was one of the greatest scientific geniuses in history. He's probably best known for inventing things like the modern alternating current or AC electricity supply system, the Tesla coil, and a supposed death ray in the years before World War II. He was also known as one of the most eccentric scientific geniuses in history, especially when it comes to his eating habits. Now, later on in life, he'd really go off the deep end, but even when he was younger, he would only eat at a handful of restaurants, demanding that 24 napkins be given to him so that he could wipe down each individual piece of silverware before going to the kitchen himself to oversee the preparation of dishes like this roast duck with celery, served with a glass of wine and a pot of coffee, which he
did he have like
drink,
OCD or something?
merely smell. So thank you to Wild Grain for sponsoring this video as we endeavor to eat like Nikola Tesla, this time on Tasting History. Nikola Tesla was a rather tragic figure, often being taken advantage of by less brilliant but more business-savvy men throughout his lifetime and even after it. But before he became the milk-drinking vegetarian who slept for only 2 hours a night that newspapers of the 1930s and 40s loved to write about, he was actually a wildly successful inventor and the toast of New York City. Now, much of what we know about his early life, these kind of better years, comes from his good friend John O'Neill, who wrote a book about him called Prodigal Genius, The Life of Nikola Tesla. And in it, he talks about not only his career, but also
sound
his
really interesting from what
personality
I've
and some of his more
read about him in the
quirkier
past.
habits. And he says that in the 1890s and early 1900s, Tesla was known for being an impeccably dressed man walking around New York City, often wearing tails. And he was so fascinating that everyone wanted to invite him to be their dinner
I'd
guest.
smash.
And he would also often
I don't know if
throw
he would.
dinners
Didn't he die a
and
virgin?
have, you know, the elite come to
Or was
eat
that
with
someone
him.
else?
But when he wasn't either throwing or attending these dinners, Tesla always dined alone, and never under any circumstances would he dine with a woman at a twosome dinner. At the Waldorf Astoria and at Delmonico's, he had particular tables which were always
Isaac
reserved
Newton?
for him.
Okay, it was
They
probably Isaac
occupied
Newton.
secluded positions in the dining rooms because when he entered either room, he was the cynosure of all eyes and did not enjoy being on exhibition. At these solo dinners at two of New York's swankiest restaurants, he had a peculiar manner of his dinner setup, and partly this was because he was a severe germaphobe. And I guess he had always been a germaphobe, but it got really bad when he peered into a microscope to see all of the microbes that were living in the water that he drank. And this was right when germ theory was really gaining acceptance, so it's understandable. But on top of that, he was incredibly fastidious. When it came to his tie and gloves, he would get a brand new pair every week. And when it came to his collars on his shirts, he would only wear them once before throwing them out. So it's no wonder that that kind of behavior extended to the dinner table. A fresh tablecloth was required for every meal. He also required that a stack of 24 napkins be placed on the left side of the table. As each item of silverware and each dish was brought to him, and he required that they be sterilized by heat before leaving the kitchen, he would pick each one up, interposing a napkin between his hand and the utensil, and use another napkin to clean it. He could then drop both napkins on the floor. Even for a simple meal, he usually ran through the full stock of napkins. Flies were his pet abomination. A fly alighting on his table was adequate cause for removing everything from the table and making an entirely
Looked it up and we
new
don't have any
start
evidence
with
that
the
Tesla
meal.
had any
I'm
sexual
going to guess
affairs
Tesla
and was
never
never married, so he
attended a
very likely
barbecue,
died a virgin.
But he was
Glad we got to the
a
bottom of
big
that.
meat eater in his youth. He preferred to have steak, filet mignon, and he would very often
I
have
do always
2
find it
or
really
3
interesting
at
learning
one
about
sitting, and then he
historical
moved on
figures
to
as, like,
preferring lamb. And he
favorite
would often
foods and
order what
stuff.
was known as a crown of lamb.
It's always
or
really
an
interesting.
entire roast saddle of lamb.
Oh my
both
God,
of these
bro.
being portions
That
enough
scared
to
the
serve
shit out of
8
me.
to
Why?
10 people,
Why did
but
that
he
do
would
that?
get it just for himself, except that, like, when it came to the saddle of lamb, he would only eat the very center portion, and this extended to his signature dish, roast duck. He required that it be roasted under a smothering of celery stalks. This method of preparing the duck was of his own devising. He very often made it the central motif around which a dinner was designed when entertaining friends. And on such occasions,
I feel like every time
he
I
would
have
go to
duck,
the
it's either
kitchen
like the
to
best shit I've ever eaten or the worst.
preparation.
There's never an
Duck so
in-between.
prepared was nevertheless delicious. Of the duck, he only ate the meat on either side of the breastbone. So I figured I would make this roast duck smothered in celery stalks. I'm not entirely sure how you smother something in celery stalks, but I'm gonna give it a go. Now, since it was a dish of his own devising, we are unlikely to find an actual recipe, but since he spent a lot of time at the Waldorf Astoria, I figured I would make a recipe from the cookbook by Oscar of the Waldorf, which came out in 1896 when Tesla would have actually been eating there. The hotel was then owned by his friend and investor, John Jacob Astor, and Tesla loved it so much that eventually he moved there, living at the hotel for 20 years.
Look at the building they shot John Lennon
Tesla's
outside of.
Exact preparation of the dish, but the cookbook has a good place for us to start with a recipe for roast ducks. Trust the birds. Rub a little butter over them and dredge with flour, salt, and pepper, and roast in a hot oven for 20 or 30 minutes. If preferred stuffed, peel, core, and quarter some apples and fill the body with them, removing them when the bird is done, as they are not fit to eat, the flavor being too strong. So we'll try to do that along with a smothering of celery. Now, it was said that Tesla himself would superintend the preparation of this dish, but he wasn't actually doing the cooking because the guy was very busy. He didn't have time to do all of that. And I totally get it, because sometimes I get too busy and I don't have time to do all the cooking and baking that I want to do, which is why I really love today's sponsor, Wild Grain, because you get fresh
Ethical
baked
Reacts.
goods,
We're doing
but
Ethical
really,
Reacts.
all you're doing is superintending.
We're all
the
buying Wild
preparation.
Grain.
See, Wild Grain is the first.
Everybody
bake
go on
from
the
frozen
website right now and
subscription
purchase
box,
Wild
gathering
Grain.
breads, pastas, and artisanal pastries from small bakeries around the country and delivering them to your door. They've done all of the laborious prep work, all of the making of the little pastries and the sourdough, letting it go through its 20+ hour long slow fermentation process. And then when you get it, all you have to do is pop it in the oven, bake for 20 to 25 minutes, and your entire house smells like a bakery. Whether that be delicious breads or croissants or the best chocolate chip cookies I have ever had, I am absolutely addicted to them. And Wild Grain even offers a number of gluten-free options, vegan baked goods, and
Croissants
new
look
protein
fucking
boxes with
hilarious
things
when
like
they are not
waffles and
baked yet.
biscuits. So to give Wild Grain a
Actually
try,
makes
then
me
just
laugh
click
my
my
fucking
link
ass
in the
off.
description, wildgrain.com/tastinghistory, or scan this QR code and use my code TASTINGHISTORY, and you will get $30 off of your first box plus free croissants for life.
What?
And now let's get to our duck, for which you
Hold on,
need
what?
1 duck. Then 2 apples, 2 tablespoons or 28 grams of butter, 1 tablespoon
Free
of
croissants
salt,
for
1
life?
teaspoon of pepper, a half cup or 60 grams of flour, and a lot of celery, 20 or 30 stalks, or enough to smother the duck. So start by making sure that your duck is nice and cleaned out. They often put like the neck and giblets and other things inside, so make sure to get all of that stuff out, and then we will stuff it with the apples. Now these should be peeled, cored, and cut into little pieces, and then you want to get as many into the duck as you can. Then take some kitchen string and tie it around the legs of the bird, trussing it.
When you
to
really
keep
think about
all
it,
the
it's kind of
stuffing.
crazy what we
Then
do to
take
these
your
birds
knife
when
and
we're about
make
to eat them.
several slices into the skin of
Fucking
the breast.
tie 'em up and
You wanna do
fucking
like a
fill 'em with
crosshatch
shit.
pattern.
It's
Make sure not
insane.
to cut into the meat itself, just the skin and the fat. This will let the bird baste in its own fat as it cooks, and you can also give the legs some slices as well. Once trussed and sliced, rub the duck with a liberal amount of butter.
Liberal.
You may not need the full 2 tablespoons, and then rub it down with the salt and the pepper. Then pour the flour onto a plate and set the duck on it, rolling it in the flour and sprinkling it with the flour on top, coating the duck entirely. Now, I have never cooked a duck like this, and I'm pretty sure it's going to make it so it doesn't have a crispy skin, but that's what the recipe says. Though if it were to have a crispy skin, I think that would be completely undone by the fact that it is smothered with celery stalks. Again, whatever that exactly means. My version is this. I cut off the ends of the celery along with the leaves and make sure that the stalks are nicely cleaned, and then
Ugh,
set the duck in
I
a roasting
fucking hate
tray
celery.
and build a little house of celery around it.
What the
Celery,
fuck?
I think, will drip its juices all over the bird as it cooks, and also as it cooks, the
What the
celery
fuck?
should wilt and kind of fall all over the duck, thus smothering it. At least that's my hypothesis. And we will learn if my hypothesis is correct after we place the duck in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit, 205 Celsius, and roast until it is done. Now, the recipe says that it should be 20 to 30 minutes. These must have been very, very small ducks. Otherwise, that meat's going to be raw. 30 minutes ain't going to do it. Now, you don't want to overcook a duck, but especially with a whole duck, you need to get the breast to like 135 degrees, maybe 140 degrees. So that, for me, took about an hour and 15 minutes. And as it roasted, the celery did, in fact, wilt over it, so my hope is that that celery imparts some celery flavor to the duck. Now, the original recipe says that it should actually be served with green peas and olive sauce, but Mr. Tesla seemed to prefer celery, so I'm going to make a celery sauce, which there is a
celery
recipe
sauce
in this same book
with a
for
side of
that.
more celery.
And so for that, what you'll need is 1 head of celery, 1 tablespoon of salt, 1 tablespoon of flour, a half cup or 120 milliliters of chicken broth, 2 tablespoons or 28 grams of butter, a 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg, and a half cup or 120 milliliters of milk. For this, you need to clean and trim the celery as before.
Celery tastes bad and has a bad texture, but I have issues, so my opinion on vegetables doesn't hold any weight on its actual quality. I agree that it tastes horrible.
The celery is quite soft.
I hate it.
Pour it into a colander and let it cool while you prepare the main
I
part
want to
of
like
the
it,
sauce. This
but
is
it just doesn't
flour
taste
whisked
good.
into the chicken broth, then add the butter and the nutmeg and the milk, stir it all up and set it over a medium heat and let it come to a gentle boil. Boil this for 10 minutes, giving it a stir every minute or so.
Celery makes my
and
tongue
while
numb.
it boils, take the celery and chop it into
Sounds like
half-inch pieces.
Sounds like you
I
have
don't know
bigger
why the recipe
problems.
doesn't have you do this at the start, because it'd be easier to chop raw celery.
Like
rather than
rhubarb. I
boiled,
love rhubarb.
but
Rhubarb
that's
is
what the
goated.
recipe says.
Rhubarb
Once it's
is a
all
big
chopped,
part
you
of the
can add it
cuisine
to the
here.
boiling sauce and let it warm again, and then
it's
ready
good.
to go.
Unlike
So
this
if you want a
green
thinner
piece of
sauce,
shit.
You just add some more milk or more chicken broth, and it'll be a thinner sauce, because this is almost more like a stew that you kind of put over the bird, I guess. Anyway, while our bird finishes cooking, let's take a closer look at the odd eating habits of Mr. Tesla, especially as he got later in life.
God, this epic ass.
So I want to start by thanking
Title
Daniel
screen.
and Akiva, who are the hosts of the Biographers podcast. They provided me with a lot of the research for this episode, and they recently did a 5-part deep dive into Nikola Tesla, and that's kind of what their whole thing is. They do deep dives into different people through history. So definitely worth giving them a listen. And they, of course, will focus more on the non-food related history of Nikola Tesla, but for me, it's all the food related stuff. So, the Croatian-born Nikola Tesla is a fascinating character
Wow, he's
and invented everything
Croatian-born?
from the alternating current system to advances in radio technology, early fluorescent lighting, and a supposed death beam capable of destroying anything within 200 miles. Supposedly,
wow.
after his death, the FBI came in and took all of his papers about the death beam and other things, and it has led to all these conspiracy theories about a death ray being out there. Anyway, what concerns me is not his ingenious and interesting and rather varied inventions, but rather his maybe ingenious and definitely interesting and rather varied opinions on food. And his dietary views have actually fascinated people since fairly early on in his career. In a newspaper article from 1900, it says, "Sometimes the ability to meet a prolonged and highly productive mental strain is curiously linked with the ability to digest a hearty meal, which is another way of saying that great thinkers are sometimes great eaters." In his early days, Tesla's views on food were
Great
very
eaters.
different than they would one day become, but they were
I know that's
nonetheless
right.
noteworthy, namely about how much the man ate. He actually told a story about when he was very young in Paris. He worked for Thomas Edison in his laboratory.
Holy
there,
collab.
And he was so eager to please that he worked for the first 2 days nonstop. And within the first 2 weeks, he says that he had probably had less than 48 hours of sleep, so like 3 hours a night or so. And so the foreman at the laboratory, a man named Mr. Fulton, said, "Hey, Tesla, you're going to exhaust yourself, so let me take you to a nice dinner." So
God,
they
I
go to
love
one of
eating
Paris's
pussy. Anyone else?
nicer
And Conrad's
restaurants,
Pants
and he
viewer says,
"Order whatever you
amen.
want." And Tesla proceeds to order the largest cut of meat that they could give him, along with several sides. And he said it was a meal at least big enough for 2 people, but he ate it all by himself. Then Fulton asked, "Is there anything else you would like? You are out with me, you know, and I wish you would order anything you want." Tesla looked around vaguely for a moment, as if making up his mind, and then said, "Mr. Fulton, if you don't mind, I would like another steak."
Oh.
Now, during these early years of eating
Beast
a lot
mode.
of meat, and then later fowl, and eventually fish, Tesla also was known as a bit of a drinker. He really enjoyed drinking whiskey, sometimes wine, and a lot of coffee. But he eventually gave up both the whiskey and the coffee. He gave up the whiskey when Prohibition set in and never seems to have taken it back up. And the coffee, he decided that the caffeine was actually not good for him, and so he said no to coffee and tea and even cocoa. But he loved coffee so much that it took him 11 years to wean himself off of it. And he later claimed that the cure cost me a good deal of money. For 11 years, I had the finest coffee prepared for me at my table every day and never touched a drop. He would simply smell the coffee, and then eventually the nuisance of having the coffee on the table just outweighed his desire to smell it, and he stopped having any coffee. So this, of course, was when he had lots of money that he could afford, you know, fresh pot of the best coffee just to smell it. Those days when he was hobnobbing in New York, and he was rather wasteful. He was
low-key
with
so
money.
wasteful.
Like I said,
Hey, that's what he
new
said.
collars every single day. But he did one thing that I'm really jealous of. He would visit a barber shop 3 times a week and have the barber rub his scalp for half an hour. He was insistent upon the barber placing a clean towel on his chair, but strangely enough, he did not object to the use of the common shaving mug and brush. And I do love a scalp massage. That would be a great way to spend money. Now, the reason that his friend was so surprised that he was fine using the shaving brush and mug that other people used was because, again, total germaphobe was Tesla. He would often go out of his way not to shake hands with people, having his hands behind his back when he met people. And if he did end up having to shake their hands, he would often get out of the situation that he was in long before any conversation was done, so he could go to the bathroom and wash his hands. He actually had a private washroom that only he could use in his offices, and he would wash his hands many times throughout the day, and every single time he needed a brand new towel to dry them with.
Jeez.
Now, I kind of get it because he had cholera when he was young, so it's only natural to have a bit of a germophobia. But he also had a phobia that I don't quite understand. For if a woman guest at a dinner party to which he was invited wore pearls, he was unable to eat. Smooth round surfaces in general were an abomination to him. It had even taken him a long time to learn to tolerate billiard balls. So if you get invited to one of Tesla's fancy dinners, wear your emeralds and leave your pearls at home. Now, as time went on, Tesla began to eat less and less meat and less fowl, and instead turned to boiled fish, and eventually, he later almost entirely eliminated the fish and lived on a vegetarian diet. Milk was his main standby, and toward the end of his life, it was the principal item of diet, served warm. And that is the point in his life when newspapers and magazines really got interested in learning more about Tesla's eating habits, and he was more than willing to tell them all about his eating habits. He did a lot of interviews, and it always came up. And this was like in the 1920s and 30s and even early 40s, and so he was in his 60s and 70s. And he had seen most of his work go to the benefit of other people, and what fortune he had made, he had burned through. And so his peculiar and rather rigid diet kind of puts me in mind of a quote that the great Olaf from Frozen 2 once said, "We're calling this controlling what you can when things feel out of control." He became more and more controlling about everything in his life, but especially about his food. And he became obsessed with the idea of longevity. He said that people in his family lived very, very long, some up to 140 years old, and he was determined to live to be older than 140. And one of the first things that he did to achieve this kind of longevity was to fine-tune the timing.
Well, I'm going to do it, though. I'm going to live to 140 personally.
I have tried everything. 6 meals a day, like most Europeans. 3 a day. 1 a day. I have tried continuous feeding. Finally, I decided that 2 meals are most beneficial. Lunch is a superfluous meal. Lunch loads the stomach with food which it cannot transform quickly into energy for work. And I actually get that because very often after a big lunch, I just want to kind of take a nap. What else he said, kind of in contrast with his 3 steaks a day or 3 steaks a meal eating process when he was young, was that we eat too much, and we eat the wrong kinds of foods and drink the wrong kinds of liquids. Most of the harm is done by overeating and under-exercising, which bring about toxic conditions in the body and make it impossible to throw off the accumulated poisons. My regime for the good life in my diet? Well, for one thing, I drink plenty of milk and water. I eat but 2 meals a day, and I avoid all acid-producing foods. Almost everyone eats
If I don't get to
too
eat some
many
acid-producing
peas and
foods, I'll
beans
fucking
and other
die.
foods containing uric acid and other poisons. I partake liberally of fresh vegetables, fish and meat sparingly and rarely. Fish is reputed as fine brain food, but has a very strong acid reaction as it contains a great deal of phosphorus. Acidity is by far the worst enemy to fight off in old age. Potatoes are splendid and should be eaten at least once a day. They contain valuable mineral salts and are neutralizing. In most of his interviews about food during this period, it's all about keeping uric acid levels low, except that his idea of what foods caused uric acid levels to be high was not always correct. Like no rice, no legumes, nothing like that, but lots of butter, completely fine. He actually was really into butter.
Don't tell Norwegians
and
that in
cheese
2011.
And vegetables. Cheese is the most nourishing of all foods, containing 140 grains of protein per ounce. I am fond of a fine cooked mixture of onions and chopped celery prepared with a great deal of butter. He also claimed that while he no longer drank alcohol, he did think of it in
look up
moderation
Norwegian
as
butter
an
crisis of
elixir
2011.
life, and suggested other people should drink alcohol. That and get plenty of exercise. Even when he was old, he would walk 7 to 10 miles every single day rather than taking cabs if he could possibly avoid it. That, and he attributed his health to hot baths followed by very long cold showers. And then he also found it rather important to share details about his sleep habits. In 1933, when he was 77, the New York Times interviewed him, and they asked him how many hours of sleep he got. "Oh, I don't sleep," he said. Sleep, he implied, is a racial habit growing out of the fact that we spend half our life in darkness because of the rotation of the Earth. With a diet from which poisonous substances are excluded, he thinks one might live virtually without sleep and attain very great age.
The fuck is he talking
Sometimes
about?
I doze for an hour or so, he said, and once in a long time, perhaps once in a year, I have a long sleep of 5, 6, or 7 hours. When I awake from that, I am so full of energy that I have to work it off. What's interesting is that that article is often cited as the source of a story about Factor Actus. All over the internet today, you'll hear about Factor Actus. And there is a
his sponsor
quote
probably
about
said you can't say the word
this
factor.
health-giving tonic that
They're
Tesla
probably, why are you promoting
supposedly
Factor, bro?
created for himself. And the thing is,
What's up, Chiblee?
the New York Times has an archive, and you can go read this article for yourself, and there ain't nothing in there about Factor Actus. So where does this quote come from? Well, I'm going to share the quote with you, but instead of my reading it, I'm going to have Akiva from the Biographers podcast read it.
I walk 10 miles a day, pure thoughts, abstinence, hard work, an occasional glass of wine, and a strict diet of a product I call Factor Actus. It's a simple health potion equivalent to the protein value of a dozen eggs, made from 12 vegetables including white leeks, cabbage hearts, flower of cauliflower, white turnips, and lettuce hearts. The product can be eaten warm in a soup or as a powdered substance added to purified water. I also recommend fish, stewed prunes, marinated in honey, and fresh oranges.
So the reason I had Akiva read that quote is because he, Daniel, who's the other host of the podcast, and I recently recorded a podcast, and it is up, and I'll put a link in the description to where you can hear it, all about the difficulty of
Trying to find the racial
research
habit thing, and
today,
apparently Tesla
and
is a
especially using
eugenicist.
the internet and
Shocker.
other books and things online.
All of these fucking
to find things, because there's so much fake information.
old white
out there.
guys got
Not
something,
just about
some shit like
Tesla,
that going
but
on.
About a lot of things. I did a whole episode about all of the fake food information about Da Vinci a couple years back. So
That's like a
we
new
talk
form of
all
racism,
about
though.
how
It's
difficult
like,
it is sometimes to
you
track
sleep, you're a
down
fucking
the
pussy.
real source of some of these claims, and very often they're just made up.
The real white
And
gods do not
we
sleep.
aren't
We
sure
do
if
not
this
sleep.
is made up or not. This Tesla quote. Akiva thinks he might have tracked it down to someplace at the Smithsonian, but it's not digitized. So one of us will actually have to go there to see if we can find it. I don't know if that's going to happen. But it's just an interesting talk that we had. So I'll put a link to
I gotta see
that
this
in
duck
the
now.
description.
This duck
Now, the thing about
fucking
that quote is
covered in
whether
celery.
it's real or not is not clear, because it could be. It does sound like something that Tesla would have said and that he might have done. because he did have some very interesting views on food. Things like
Fucking forgot we were roasting
ordering
duck.
an entire pot
You're
of
gonna see
coffee
like a bunch of
just to smell
smoke
it,
coming in from the right side of the
and
frame.
to make a roast duck by smothering it in celery, which is something that I'm about to try right now. So once the duck is cooked, remove it from the oven and let it rest for 10 minutes before serving it with the celery sauce. And here we are. Nikola
what the
Tesla's
fuck?
roast duck with celery, along with a glass
How did it
of
recover
wine,
like that?
a
That's
pot of
crazy.
coffee just for smelling, and a stack of 24 napkins. I don't know how he needed 24 napkins. I guess they used a lot more silverware back then, but here we go. Also, I don't have a kitchen staff to sterilize these for me before bringing them out, but so be it. So the flavor's fine. Nothing spectacular. I don't know that celery really does anything. You know, it's not a very strong flavor. The problem is that the skin is not only not crispy, it's like super soft. And so I kind of want to try it without the skin, and then I'll also add a little bit of this celery sauce. And again, by sauce, it's not really a sauce. It's more of like a soup that you would put on it. But that is, a lot of older sauces were like that. It's kind of like they would pour it all over and smother it.
I wouldn't eat the celery sauce for $900,000. And that's no disrespect to him. I just hate celery.
Now that is interesting. That's actually quite nice. Interesting complement between the celery and the nutmeg. It's not super strong, but it's definitely there. And it's a flavor you don't often get in things like this. Yeah, I actually like that, the sauce. The duck, again, I mean, I love duck, but very often it's, for me, duck is kind of about the sauce. I like sweeter sauces with it. I guess
I'm
it's
hungry,
fine
but
with
it
this
looks
sauce.
delish. It does look
What I don't
visually
get
good.
is the need to smother it,
especially the
in
recovery that it pulled
celery
from
stalks. And the recipe does
the first time
say,
we saw
the
it.
description does say it was roasted, smothered in celery stalks. It's not that the celery is after. It is cooked with it. It just doesn't really add much flavor. It's fine. I wouldn't do it again. That said, I will take some duck smothered in celery over some of his later, ideas. Just a warm glass of milk and kind of a puree of celery or boiled celery. He kind of went downhill in the deliciousness department, I feel like. So I prefer the young Tesla's eating habits, even if they were a little strange, to the older Tesla's eating habits, which were definitely very strange. But what a fascinating character he was, and definitely learn more about him. Again, I'll put a link to the biographer's
fucking
podcast,
Celery
so you can
City,
listen
bro.
to me
Jesus.
on there, talking about some of the difficulties of researching online, as well as
R.I.P. Nikola Tesla. You would have loved mac and cheese potato salad in the microwave.
Nikola Tesla. And I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Damn. Holy fucking patron city. Guys, that's it from me today, though. Tomorrow, no stream, because I'm trying to reshift my sleep schedule a little bit. I'm going to take a day off, try and do that. And then hopefully we can get back to some earlier stream times. I think that would be lit. Scott here. I'm sorry, very kind, big-breasted woman. I'm sorry. Should do an all-nighter. I think that's kind of what I'm going to aim to do. I might take a nap right now. That way I'm refueled to really send it. Thanks for watching, y'all. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. I'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.